squadensis bum babam kwewak. They left their tracks all around. So they started trying to track that Mikanok, and they started tracking them squadensis. Then that old man realized it's a snapping turtle and a squadensis that's attacking them. So that's when he says, Dimwayuk, be dok, gish kandamo bring your cedar bark bags. That's what he says to those old ladies. Squadensis sak batinok. So sure enough, all those old ladies come and they see that's when all those Jamagana shuk, Bidagushnoak, all those soldiers then show up and the old ladies start putting those turtles in those cedar bags. And then that Mikanak says to his Mijinwe, I think we're gonna get caught. And he starts singing a song himself, and he says, "Oh, Nwabendan, Mitigo Nagan, Nwabendan, Mitigo Nagan. I see a wooden bowl." Then he says to him, "Aha, Shka Bevis, not motion. Nga gaz, Name Mitigo Naganing. I'm gonna hide under this wooden bowl. Kindash Gijibwen, Shkabewas." So he says to him, Shkabewas, lift the bowl, I'm gonna hide under it, but you run away. So notice in the story that Mejinawe, when it was a chief, he called him Mejinawe when he was filling out kind of orderly duties with the soldiers. But when he was in danger and he had to rely upon his midok, and that Mikanak started singing that song, that's when the Mejinawe changed into Oshkabewas. And that's when the Mejinawe, instead of becoming, in a sense, a diplomatic or a practical chief's attendant, what in English they would call an aide-de-camp to the general, he actually became a ceremonial helper to help him. They say nidokaza malge nidoke. That Mikanak then became a ceremonial helper so that Mikanak could hide himself. Anyway, I see that I got 10 minutes. The other part is I just wanted to show you and tell you that story. The reason being is when we're talking about, on the one hand, we're talking about using our tools, our ways. And this is how the elders used to do things, is they would answer your questions with stories. The other thing I heard last week, I was in Rama, and Gajaubao Sem Kwa Giyaode. And Fred Kelly was over there and he sang a song. And then another fellow sang a song. And then I was reminded of what this old man said to us at a ceremony one time. He said, long time ago, Chajaja Dashko, Migo etta Jichgeat Gunda Kenzik. Sometimes the old men, when they would meet in a lodge, Gaige go gi kitsiwak. They didn't say anything. They just sang. They all just sang songs to each other. And then they were done their meeting. First one sang one song that determined what the next guy was going to sing. And then what the next guy was going to sing determined on those two songs. The third song depended on the previous one, then the fourth. So it went all the way around. There's how many songs they knew that they then could answer. And that's how they communicated to each other. They talked with their songs, not with their words. Anyway, that's the importance. And when you get the old-fashioned adzoke, yatzoket, you get an old-fashioned storyteller. There's songs in those stories. I'm not saying that I'm one of those, but that's what you'll get. So that Mikanak, he ends up tricking them. All those Squadesi sucks, the old ladies make soup. I'm going to cut short here. The old ladies make soup. They cut them off. They find Mikanak and they say to him, "Oh, we'll throw him in the fire. We'll throw him in the fire. Punish him." And he says, "No, no, don't throw me in the fire. I'm going to hit all the embers and my tail's going to flick up the Muskokajewok. I'm going to flick up those embers and I'll burn your children." "Oh, yeah, that's right. Eh? You might burn the kids." "Okay, we won't throw them in the fire." And then they said they have a pot of boiling water there. Says, "Well, we will throw him in that boiling water." So they're dragging him. And he says, "Well, if you throw me in there, I'm just going to use my tail again and you're going to splash around and I'm going to splash your kids. They're going to burn." "Oh, yeah, eh? We won't do that." Then they finally say, "Let's throw him in the lake. Let's throw this Mikanak in the lake." "No, don't do that. Don't do that," he says. So he's scratching on the ground. He's holding on everything. And they're pulling him. And he says, "No, please don't throw me in the lake. I hate that." So they think they got him. They're going to punish him. They grab him and he's holding on to the trees. He's holding on to the rocks. He's holding on to the grass. They finally, all four men grab him and then they throw him in the lake. And then as he's going through the air, he starts laughing and he says, "This is where I live." So he takes off. So he's able to take off. Eh? Anyway, there's more to that story, but I just want you to think more. The why I told it is because of that transition from that Mejinawe to Oshkabewas, as well as he says, "I found my soldiers, Jamaganashak," and that he was the Miaose Ogima. He was the war chief as well. But with my remaining time, Nui Dabachma Maba Jagwa Kons, I want to talk about this fella Jingwak. Jingwak Mage Jagwa Kons, Chief Little Pine from Garden River, of course, one of the signatories to this treaty, 1850 treaty. And I actually believe that if he didn't really take a firm stand, we would have had a lot less in that treaty. And then also we may not even had a treaty because they didn't want it, like how what Earl was saying and Mike was saying, that they were kind of dealing with the types that are in the provincial government right now. And they weren't actually going to enter into treaty. They didn't want to go with a treaty. But Jagwa Kons and Nabanegojing actually took an extra effort to bring them to the table to get an actual treaty. Anyway, Mabadasha Jagwa Kons, mi wepi gi shkinwe with Pane Dash Gim Kadeke. When this guy was a young man, he fasted. Nibna Ching Dash Gim Kadeke. He fasted many times. Niogonagok, Nanogonagok, Nangodonong, Madasogonagok. So sometimes he would fast 4 days, sometimes 5, sometimes 7, or sometimes 10. But he kept fasting each time. And what was reported at one time, one of his fasts that he had when he was on his 10th day or his 5th day, whatever it was, mi wepi gi waseyabendang. They say that some say that waseyabendang, you clearly see what you're dreaming. You clearly perceive that. Others just nabendang, you see it. But when you say waseyabendang, that means it's just so vivid and clear. Anyway, he's in his fast. He damgaza. He is summoned. So he looks around, he hears somebody saying, "Jagwa Kons, Bejan, Jagwa Kons, Kshkozin." So he looks around, Nenabe Mabe, Jagwa Kons. He doesn't see anybody, but he still hears that voice saying, come. And he looks towards the east. And when he looks to the east, he sees this road. and this road is lit along the way. So he knows then to go out. He open the door Mikas, and he follows that road. And that road is lit, and on either side it's dark. He's going up there. And he keeps going up, and he realizes he's going up into the sky, this Jaguakons. Then when he gets up there, Wigwam te Ishpeming. There's a wigwam up there, there's a house. And he goes walking towards that house. He sees he sees somebody dressed all in white. And that fella says to him, I called you here to show you something. Bijan, Majan. So he comes over. Then they look out from that house. They look to the east. Gasmon gamagon. Batinat gasmon gamagon shkuteng. There's all these tents set up in this field. And in those tents, he says, on this side, all these tents have kings and their soldiers. And on this side, Miao Seo Gemak, meanwhile Wedasek, meanwhile Gitchadak, meanwhile Jamaganeshak. Over here, this is Nishnabe's side. And you have there Wedasek, that's a brave. You got a Gitchadak, the warriors. And you have Jamaganeshak, those are their soldiers. You got all these people here. He says, that man in white, says to him, one day you will take your seat amongst them. And they're having a big war council, those kings on this side and those Nishnabek, Migazo, Gemak. There, you will take your seat amongst them one day. And when you do, you eventually too will be held in high regard for all that you have accomplished. So he says, for you, in order that you remember what I said to you, come in, Manda Wapskigan. I give you this white banner, this flag. He gave that to Jaguakons, and he says, but now you have to remember me. If you remember me, I will remember you. So that means he has to feast them every year. So Jaguakons feasted that one who was arrayed in white, feasted him all the time. And they say that since that day, Jaguakons Gidapnan Yabebe Nozwen Nishnabe Nozwen. And at that time he took another name, Zalgajiweose. Zalgajiweose, that means when the sun rises and it's rising over a mountain. And that's talking about the sun. Zalgajiweose, the sun comes rising over the mountain. It doesn't mean she'll be coming around the mountain. But you see that name, if you, all you bingo players, when you go to Garden River, you go to their bingo hall. That's what it says on that sign, Zalgajiweose Bingo Hall. No, it doesn't say bingo hall. It just says Zalgajiweose. And so he took that second name to remember the sun. And then so that's what his children had told this travel writer. They told this travel writer named George Johann Cole. They told him that story about Jaguakons's first fast. And then afterwards, they told him that. He ended up telling the Indian agent in the States named Henry Rose Schoolcraft, he told him, he says, the ancient people get the Nishnabek Panegim Kadekewak. The ancient Nishnabek always fasted. And when they fasted, they sought, especially if they wanted to be a war chief, they sought the sun Gizis Nido. They This is what this Jigwakon said. They sought the sun nido. So those that wanted to be a war chief sought the sun, and he said, because the sun illuminates everything, you can see everything. But not only that, when that sun gets higher, you can see everything. So the way when I read that, I thought he's talking about strategic planning, tactical use of information. So instead of a war chief being blessed by a bear, or a war chief being blessed by a thunderbird, or a hawk or an eagle, the eagle can see from above and can see far like the sun, but the sun can illuminate things. Waseyaban damawin. That's what they call that clear vision. So that's who he sought at that time, as to be that Miaoseo Ogema. But when he was a young man, Jigwakons went through the ranks, as we would say now. At that time, he was just a Jamaganish. And then later on in life, he became, some say Gigado Nene. And that term still exists in our modern parlance. Gigado Nene, that's a counselor, speaking man. But they also would say Netawet. Netawet is an orator. So he served as an orator to his chief, and he also served as a Mijinoe to his chief as a young man. So Jigwakons, when he was young, he was Jamaganish, Mijinoe, and as he got older, he became Netawe or Netawe Gigadat, the orator. Eventually, he became Ogema. He became Ogema. But he also participated and was initiated. He was a Midday. It was well known that he was a Midday as well. But not only that, he was a Wabano, a seer. Those are the ones that operate the Jiskan. So he belonged to both of those societies, and it took determination and dedication to accomplish those, and then multiple fasts to do that, to get that Waseyaban Damoen, to have that clear vision of what's to be done. So he was a Wabano, he was a Midday, he was an orator, he was a warrior, he was a war chief, and then he was a chief, Ogema. The last thing that I'll say he was, Ogema Gigada. And this is what I was trying to get people to adopt, because now we say Grand Chief. We say Grand Chief in English for our representatives. But in the councils, it used to be apparently Ogema Gigada, Chief Speaker. And it wasn't a hereditary position. It was the chiefs got together and they said, in this council, you kindash gato netawe, gato netagigit. You are a good speaker. In this council, when we meet with the British or the French or the Chamokmanak, you are going to speak on behalf of us. And you see that in all these council proceedings, that people end up referring to, he spoke on behalf of the Ojibwe at this meeting, or he spoke on behalf of the Ojibwe Odawa and Parawarme. And that's Ogema Gigada. And at the Robinson Huron treaty proceedings, this is the role Jigwakons filled. He was a Gemal Gigada. He was the chief speaker at that time. So he ended up, so these are all the different roles that he played. But he played these roles also, of course, due to natural abilities, but pursuing that vision, finding that, having that vision, seeking that vision, attaining that vision, and consistently working towards that vision. That's what it took. And so when Earl asked me, how do we look at these positions of governance and how did they play out? How did this work? I really can't tell you the answer per se, but I can tell you that story. And then I can tell you who, by a historic example of how one man went through this and the different roles he played throughout his life and how he enacted Nishnawbe Nakanagewin, how he enacted that Nishnawbe law and how others would say Nido Nakanagewin, the spirit's law. So I'm a bit over time, but miigwech gibizindo yak kine enchiak meanwhile dash gibija yak mampe nabising meanwhile dash miigwech optical miigwech and dum dash gi wikijivan go miigwech.
Jimmy Wedge Allen, we're going to be taking a break, but before we do that, I just want to say that I'm a reminder in language, and I really admire people that learn the language. You know, people like me, we were born in the language, so I mean, it's just part of our natural upbringing is language. But Alan took on that challenge not that long ago, and he's not poor by any means. He's not poor. He's just humble. He speaks well, but also his historical research and knowledge uses a lot of words that we don't use. So I mean, I really appreciate that he's bringing back these old words, and that's part of our governance. We need to use those words again, right? So really appreciate that. So anybody that is learning the language, we need to really raise them profile. I know there's a lot of young people that have learned a language, and I understand it's not an easy language to learn, but it's a very, very practical language once you sort of get it. And everybody sort of has it here and in your heart, and it's just a matter of igniting that fire, like Chief McLeod said. So really, really appreciate, and I can't let him go without telling him that to keep working, and that's an inspiration, I think, for all of us to see people that actually began that challenge learning the language. So, Chimiwich. Okay, break, 15 minutes. Wait a minute, hang on. Here's Barrett. There's always people behind the scene. Barrett is one of them. Well, not so much behind the scene.
Ani, bonjour. My name is Barrett Dokis. I'm one of the senior advisors with Robinson Huron Mawindamagiwin. Alan, you've been a big help to our organization, obviously, in the work that's going on at litigation, and we appreciate you coming out today and sharing some words. So on behalf of the organizing committee and our host communities, I'd like to present this gift as appreciation for your work. Oh, sorry.
This doesn't mean we're married.
Okay, we're going to welcome everyone back. Just in a few minutes, we'll get started again. Welcome back, everybody. Miigwech. Testing. On in, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a chance to have a break, stretch our legs, and have a refreshment. Before we go back to our formal agenda, we have some special guests that we want to acknowledge in the next few minutes, and we're going to ask Earl Commander to call them forward, and they're going to be presented with a gift on our behalf. So let's welcome Earl, and we'll go from there.
When I spoke this morning, I spoke about building relationships. And I look to my right and I see the Grand Chief of Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians. And I want to welcome him to our gathering with an appreciation gift. Yeah, he doesn't have to say any words if he doesn't want to. There's time tomorrow to do that. But certainly I hope you accept this token of our appreciation for visiting with us today. I'm not allowed to.
Thank you very much. I'll speak a few words in my own language. Sagole Sagwegi, there was like getting young yets, Otayuni, Nivigitanodo. Onye daaga ne magahojoda kala onye daaga hungo hoine no dignige kalit one is li atste no kalit wagatsununi ji saguk. So I just greeted you my Oneida language. My Oneida name is Dewazluk, and it's kind of signified here. It's an axe with 2 blades. From the Wolf clan. My HST name is Joel Abram for purposes of taxation. And if I go to jail, that's what my name will be. But thank you for having me here. It's an honor to be here. One of our member nations, Batchewana, is in the treaty here. And so Chief Sayers had asked me to come. I was more than happy to do that, at least for today anyway. So it's good to see everyone here today. And I just want to maybe send a couple words. It's good to see this treaty gathering. Because one of the things, AIAI, we were formed in 1969 as a response to the white paper. And as you know, the purpose of the white paper was to extinguish rights and have First Nations people just be on a par with everyday Canadians, and to forget about our inherent and treaty rights. And so we never did give that up. And so we've been fighting for that ever since. And so I'm glad to see this, because it's you guys taking up your sovereignty and jurisdiction. And because you know what that treaty says, and you know what that responsibilities are for that. So I just wanted to say thank you for having me here and for organizers. And I hope to learn quite a bit more about the treaty. And y'all go Chi Miigwech, everyone.
Our friends from 33, Gary Allen, if you can come up here and just accept a token of our appreciation for spending time with us for the couple of days.
Bonjour, Jean Nagabo Nigo, I think I know them, Nigo Sminikaning, and then Doji. And just say Miigwech to our host chiefs, Jerry Duquette from Dokis, and Chief McLeod from Nibising. And I just wanted to share some comments from Wichita Francis Kavanaugh from Grand Council Treaty 3. I know he couldn't be here today, but we also have our elder, Fred Kelly, who's going to share some thoughts later today. As my custom is, I don't want to overstep when the elder speaks. So I know Fred is going to share some teachings later today from Grand Council. So, and I don't really want to say anything other than that. And I'd be happy to share any of our knowledge with respect to our lawmaking process and the laws that we've created in Treaty 3, and how we've been able to implement those and operationalize the work that we've been doing in creating those laws. So with that, I say Miigwech. I know my colleague here, Dan, is here too, and he has extensive knowledge too with respect to the law. So I won't go any further, but Miigwech to the elders for the prayer this morning. And I also want to thank the youth for being here, and then also for our people for inviting Treaty 3 to this meeting. So Miigwech Bizendai.
It was a different experience when we went up there for their gathering. And sort of gift giving is part of the process. And so it's also acknowledged. It was a beautiful thing to see the drum in the center of everything. And so we might have to do that as part of our approach to further meetings. Next is Deputy Grand Council Chief Travis Bosno. He's the Robinson Huron Deputy Grand Council Chief. Is he still here? Okay, well, let's forego then and turn it over to the speakers.
Presentations for now? Okay. Miigwech, Earl. So going back to our agenda here. We have a little plan we need your help with, and that is we want to allow a time for the presenters to respond to questions at the assembly here. So you can do that by when the time comes, and that time would be, if everybody agrees, and I hope that you do, that we hear from 2 more presenters and then go to questions and answers, either on the floor or through the chat box. And then, of course, you can approach the presenters one-on-one. So if I have your permission, I don't see any strong objections, then I'm going to move forward and we'll ask Dr. Deborah Mcgregor to come forward. We have one objection for one of our counselors here, so I guess we'll take a lunch break now. Okay. We're going to be at this for a while. Okay. All right. Thanks, Rick. So we'll ask Nelson, Senator Nelson, to read bios for and welcome Deborah Mcgregor. Doc.
Hani Kinagoya. I've had the pleasure of working with Deborah and even her mom, given my age away. So Deborah Ning Njeba Gowaskinega. She's the Associate Professor at Canada Research Chair in Indigenous Environmental Justice at York University. Her research has focused on Indigenous knowledge and legal systems and their various applications in diverse contexts, including water and environmental governance, environmental and climate justice, health and environment, and sustainability. So let's welcome Dr. Mcgregor.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, good. 'Cause I felt like I was, I gotta time myself here because Heidi and I both know we're between you and lunch now. So that's that's not that much fun. So I'm gonna try to be 15 or 20 minutes. I did prepare a PowerPoint. I know you can't see anything, but it's mostly my mnemonic. I'm not advanced or evolved like Alan, that I can do this off the top of my head. Otherwise I go off topic and I talk till you start talking to you about neuroscience and other things you're probably not interested in, or why I was asked to be here. So Wasasa Indigenous Cause, Makwa Dodem, Whitefish River, Indojba, and Anishinaabe Kwe. And so I wanted to talk about a bit more about natural law, just building upon the events of yesterday and some of the work and words that I've learned from, well, basically you, like elders and knowledge keepers. I don't claim to have this knowledge myself. Like my job, I think, as an educator and working with people like Nelson and others and SUI facilitated gatherings over time is just to like learn as much as I can and then try to figure it out and try to convey it and teach it in other contexts. That's kind of what I do. So anything like super cool that I ever learned, I learned it in gatherings like this. Like really, it wasn't anything I read. Unless I wrote it later and then read it. But but really, this is where I learn all the really cool stuff. And then I try to convey it. And most of my job, like it's actually a real honor to be here. And I'm not going to go through all the chimigweches because people did, but because really most of my job and I feel like my career is always trying to convince people that we have knowledge, that we have laws, that we have governance. Other ones aren't working so well because a lot of my work is environmental for the planet and others. And so I think I think a lot of the answers is in our own knowledge and in our own laws and in our own governance. So that's why I focus a lot on that in my work. So it's really cool to come and talk to you because anything I say collectively, you kind of already know. It's sort of like how I'm packaging it in my head and how I want to hopefully honor you with what I've heard you say. And again, like Alan, feel free to come and flesh out some of what I'm going to talk about. So slide 2, I don't even know what's behind me. Oh, so the virtual people are getting to see this. You don't, because there's too much light. I shouldn't say that. There's the exact amount of light, but the technology is just not suitable. So don't be frustrated. This is my mnemonic. Otherwise, I'll still be here till lunchtime, and you won't like that. So the first slide just basically speaks to, we've always been here. So a lot of the times in my work, I'm having to explain to people, because the interest in our knowledge and the interest in our laws is recent, really kind of the last few decades. But really for us, we've been here for thousands of years. So we already know what other people are interested in. And it's actually really most of our history. So colonization has only been recent. It's not been fun, but it's really recent in terms of our history as Anishinaabe people. So I always like to remind people of that. It was our knowledge and our laws and our governance that was here. And we were caretaking for thousands of years. Next slide, please. So what you would have been seeing here is this idea of living well and our obligations to live well. And so I see this as very much relating to natural law. So in the sunrise ceremony yesterday morning, someone was telling the Pipe into Eagle story, which actually right now happens to be one of my favorite stories. I see it as a climate change story, because that destruction is coming when people aren't living up to their obligations to care for the earth. Like that's why it's coming. And for me, part of natural law is being able to learn from, for lack of a better word, natural world. That's not the best word to use, all of creation. Because in that story, when the eagle petitions on our behalf, because they know that destruction is coming and the people are oblivious. So they're like not behaving properly and destruction is going to come. And the eagle's the one who petitions on our behalf at that Bedabin time, which is a really special time for it to be able to do that. So the animals know. And if you remember, I don't even remember how many years ago when the tsunami hit, it didn't affect Indigenous peoples as much because they saw what the animals were doing. The animals were like hightailing it to high ground and they went, ew, and they went. And other people didn't. So they hadn't, even people who hadn't seen it before knew that you had to learn from the animals and do what the animals were doing. So a lot of these stories tell us that, like a lot of the stories have natural law in it. There's probably better words for this other than natural law, but it's a word that I've heard so many times in different gatherings, like this. So the other thing about natural law that I'll say is that it actually has a lot of Anishinaabe science behind it. The stories make sense ecologically, like they make sense in terms of science and biology, and maybe I'll have time to get into that. So it drives me crazy when people make up stories and they don't make sense, like ecologically, because that's what we're also supposed to be learning in the story. We're learning the laws and governance, but also our own knowledge and also our own science and understanding of why the world is the way it is. So next slide, please. The earth-based laws and governance. I call it earth-based because it's also the waters, it's everything. It's the 4 elements. So it's more than the land. It's actually kind of everything, everything around us. And this is just to draw a little bit on yesterday and some of the work, and Nelson and I we co-facilitated those gatherings with the elders because there needed to be someone fluent, and I'm not. I'm like even like whatever is tinier than Bungi and Anishinaabe, when that's me in terms of language. And so we needed Nelson. And really what came out of that gathering that's different, I find in a lot of the way that a lot of scholars write about First Nation law or Indigenous laws or Anishinaabe law, is it's very family-based. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my family. I told Earl, I'm not going to be academic. I do know how to talk like a human. So that's what I'm going to do. And this is where we learn a lot of our systems. And so if you're able to see it, you'd see a picture of my family in the sugar bush, because that's an important time for my family and community. And so there's so much knowledge that's involved in being in the sugar bush and sharing and a lot of, and to me, law that's embedded within that I'll get into in a few minutes. But it's also very family based. So family is where a lot of elders and knowledge keepers, grandmothers, grandfathers said that's where they were learning knowledge and that's where they practiced it. So our language is very verb-based. So I found in a lot of the work that I do, when you're too conceptual and theoretical, and you actually don't know how to enact that, we're not, what would be the word? To live responsibly is a verb. You have to verb these things. You have to verb our knowledge. You have to verb our law. So that's what a lot of it is. Once we're in the practice and once we're doing it, then we're living that law. It needs to be verbed. You need to act on it. And you also see this in the clan system. So I'm Muckwa clan, wearing my mother's skirt. You can see that bear on there, because I didn't have a fancy one. And so she gave me one. So I'm not going to be wrong here. If you don't like it, you can take it about my mom and that won't go well for you. And so, it's also our clan system. So to be a responsible clan member also means that you understand, for me, the bear, what does it need to be well? What kind of nourishment does it need? How do you take care of it? What's the ecology that bear needs to be well? So you actually have to know that science. And that's what we knew, but it was part of our stories and how we understood our laws. Unfortunately, I find in the academic world, the people who do Anishinaabe knowledge, like me and others, don't necessarily talk to the people who do Anishinaabe law. And a lot of the times we're saying the same thing because we're very siloed. And so they're over here and we're over here, but really a lot of the times we're talking about the same thing, but people in the communities do it together. So they already kind of know what we're trying to figure out a lot of the times. So next slide, please. Anishinaabe legal traditions. Sorry, I'm trying to get through this and stay on time. So again, this is drawing from the literature. This is what people say. Responsibilities at the heart of Anishinaabe legal structure. So this is a May Craft from out Treaty 3-Way. I know she helps with a lot of the Dimwe there and their water work. Law is about living and sharing it. And law is all around us. So we could look out and see the trees and natural laws happening right now as we speak. It's our experience living and observing the natural world and creation. So this comes from John Burroughs and Cecil King from Wikwemekong. And the law is read from the land. But what does that mean? I have to kind of answer those questions. Like when my kids were small, they say, why is it the muskrat? There's actually very biological and ecological reasons why it's the muskrat, actually, because I had to answer the question. I didn't know. And I went, oh, actually, I don't know. That's the great thing about kids. They ask you these questions. But so I started to think about, what does that mean? How does it relate to family? And how did I learn about natural law from my family? And also the limits to what we know. And the reason I'm thinking about this is because I share a lot of the concern that people shared yesterday, and many of you have, about how are we teaching our children and young people to learn about our own laws and traditions and knowledge. And I think kids are able to do this. And unfortunately, a lot of the times we kind of educate it out of them. I mean, I get them when they're about 18. And pretty well, it's very hard for them to learn anything from the land. And so I'm just going to tell you some stories about how I know the limits of my own knowledge and how I'm trying to learn natural law through the way that our ancestors would have done it. It wasn't through PowerPoint. And so this one is the first one is my uncle George, Ba. And so we were driving back from Little Current, if you're familiar with the island, and we're coming into BI, and we can see the mountains, and it's a beautiful day. And so this is like 25 years plus, because my first son wasn't born yet. And he goes, oh, there's a big storm coming. And he wasn't the kind of person that you corrected and said, that's not what the Weather Channel says. Like, that's not what the forecast is. And I didn't say anything. And there was a big storm. And so we were literally looking at the same thing, but seeing something completely different, because he was fluent. He lived on the land. He helped his grandmother, who was a midwife, collect medicines. So even though we could see the same thing, we're looking at the mountains. I didn't see what he saw. So I have limits to how I can know. So how do I develop those senses? How do I develop the ability to be able to do that? But my mind kind of goes crazy. I'm like, ow. Like maybe it was humid and there was a lot of moisture in the air, and maybe it makes the mountains look bigger, but I actually don't even know if that's what he saw. Like, do they look smaller or bigger on other days? So he understood that, like he knew how to tell weather, what was coming by looking at those mountains. Another one is my uncle, my great uncle Eli. So this is where I live, and I look out at the water, and I'm not good at telling distance on water. I'm better on land. So I couldn't even tell you how many kilometers away that was, where they were. But the men were out in the village because they used to ice fish this way, where they have the blankets over them, and they could see where the fish were because the ice is so clear, you can see underneath. A lot of you probably know those times. Harder to find now because the snow insulates and then it's all messy. And then so a lot of the men in the village are out there fishing at this time. And my uncle Eli comes out and says, obviously in Anishinaabe, get off the ice now. And then a half an hour later, the ice breaks up. So he saved all those people. So he knew to get them off that ice. So I think, because I do research, and again, I'm trying to explain to people like the depth of knowledge that people had and what the reality was like everything that he would have been paying attention to. So scientists would come in, probably talk to all the men, talk to my uncle, get meteorological data. What was the weather like? What was the wind like? Did you hear any certain birds? They'd be looking for indicators, right? How thick was the ice? What was going on? So we could do all this research, and I could even, probably wouldn't be me because I'm, I don't do that kind of scientific research. I do the interviews and present it to you, but you wouldn't trust me on that ice. Like you would know, I don't know it the way my great uncle Eli did, right? And I wouldn't either. Like I wouldn't take you out there and I think it's going to happen in a half an hour. Like people knew things at a level that we need to learn again. And I think kids have that because that's part of the teachings. Like, how they kind of stare up in the space because they can see things and we can't. Because I think they're able to do that. But our ancestors, and probably many of you in the room, know how to do that. And so I'm working on that and trying to figure that out, or someone like Josephine Mondaman who listens to the water. I mean, I could hear the waves, but that's not what she means. Like that ability to be able to listen to the water. So next slide, please. This might be the last point I'll be able to make. So again, like how do you take those really kind of abstract, kind of theoretical ideas like natural law, and what do they mean in practice? So this is again in our family bush, and my brother's here. Is he still? Oh, there he is. Okay, so he works in the bush. He was probably part of these chats and discussions. So at one time, not that long ago, there was talk about, so we still like haul the sap and have the big iron pots, which is actually good for you because there's iron in there and it goes into the syrup. It's good for you. We need iron. And they wanted to, I don't know exactly who they were, family, wanted to, whatever it is they do in maple bushes where they hook them all up to hook up the trees and have a central place that it's collected and whatever else that they do. It was a student once who told me that's called a pipeline system. And I went, that's really ironic that it's called a pipeline system. And, just to make it easier, because now it's hard to get people out consistently to take care of the bush, because that's what you're doing. It's you have to be there every day and it's a certain time of year and you know, the weather has to be right. And my dad said, no, because and maybe some of you know this concept, but my dad's passed away because I kicked myself for not really exploring this further with him while he was alive. And what he said was, no, we're not going to do that, because what we're doing in the sugar bush is we're receiving this gift from this tree. And when you do the pipeline thing, you're taking. So to me, there's a big difference between receiving a gift and taking something. And I see that as being natural law. Like, because as many of you know, because we all probably experienced this in different places, and because of the place I work, I might experience it more than you, is this idea that, oh, well, those people were just too primitive. They didn't have the technology to do all this damage. Well, we could have, but we didn't. Like we chose not to, because we had our laws and principles about how we were going to be. So learning how to receive this gift was part of that natural law in being in the sugar bush. And a lot of this I realize I'm learning from my family. So if you move to the next slide, we'll skip this one because we talked about it yesterday. that's lawmaking. We'll go to the principles of lawmaking, because when we had those tech elders groups, we had people talk about what does lawmaking look like. A lot of the times we're studying the law, like the noun, but what about the verb? What is it like when you're doing it? What is it like when you're creating it? And some of the principles of lawmaking that came from those gatherings was, it must involve spirit and ceremony. We've heard that, we've done that here. Must involve youth, because they're the future generations. Learning from families and learning the discipline of sharing and listening. So when you're visiting out there, you're engaging in natural law and learning from the earth and using our senses and trying to develop them in the way that our ancestors would have. So I think we're going to have to jump maybe to maybe stories is ecological knowledge. If you go to that slide. So it's jumping, probably the people who are on hybrid kind of have a headache as we're flipping through these, flipping through these slides. Stories is ecological knowledge. In our stories is natural law. There's a lot of ecological knowledge. For many years, the recreation story was one of my favorite stories that Al talked about, that soil coming out. Then my son said, why is it the muskrat? I actually couldn't answer the question, even though I love that story. I mean, there's humility, muskrat, they have compassion for sky woman. Like there's so many other values in that story, but there's also the ecology. But the muskrat is like a really, is a really, I guess, brilliant animal. When it's diving, it can lower its heart rate. It can hold its breath. So that story makes sense when you understand the biology of the muskrat. It can do that better than the other water creatures. So in a lot of our stories, and it's in some of the versions of the story, the muskrat is then gifted with being able to survive when it's experiencing disruption. So it adapts. So we learn from the muskrat in the story. And so I started to think about our stories and I'm like, oh, what is our other knowledge behind these stories, right? We have our own science because we were here for thousands of years. And of course we had knowledge to help us govern and develop our laws. So I like, so when I'm paying attention to stories, that's what I'm looking at. So if you go to the listening to the earth one, because I am running out of time. And so apologies for that, but we're around, you can chat with us. And chat this. I love to talk about this stuff. So I'm happy to chat with people about this kind of stuff. So listening to the earth. So how am I trying to apply natural law? So I talked about how I'm like literally trying to do this in my life. I'm like, every time I come from Little Current, even to this day, I'm looking at it. What did my uncle see? What did my great uncle Eli understand? My father used to also be able to smell the weather. No idea. I live in Toronto. The compost truck goes by and I just smell sticks. So I know how to smell, but I don't know how to smell the weather, right? So these are things I'm trying to, like, how did he know these things? Like there's knowledge and then there's knowing, like verbing it, like how does it become a reality in our lives? So listening to the earth. So some of the work I'm doing right now, and it's actually based on the Pipe into Eagle story, because I see that as a climate change story, because Anishinaabe faced our destruction and annihilation before. That's what colonization did, and we survived it. So we can, and everyone else is starting to face it. And they're all panicking about it. And I'm like, we've been there and we've come out the other end, right? And a lot of that survival, those gifts that were being abused in that story, depending on the version that you've heard, but it's our own knowledge and it's our own spirit and it's our own ceremony that enables us. Like it's our own being in Anishinaabe that enables us to be able to survive destruction, and the animals helping us. Like, so the eagle petitions on our behalf. The muskrat helps. So in a lot of our stories, it's our relatives who actually bail us out when we're not clever enough to figure it out ourselves. So that's very humbling as an academic. When I go to climate science meetings and I tell people that, they don't want to sit at my table anymore. Like, I'm just like, I don't think we're that smart. I think we need to go to the natural world to sort of get our answers. And they're just like, we don't want to sit with that whack job. But so sit by myself at the table with except that there's other Indigenous people, they get it. But the weird thing is in climate change policy in Canada, they call it nature-based solutions, where the solutions are coming from the natural world, but it's very bizarre. It's not like the way we understand it at all. It's like counting trees that are planted in parks in Toronto kind of thing. It's not like the way we understand. So in the work that I'm doing, I'm following the 13 moon cycle, which is from those gatherings we had with elders is also natural law, because it's coming. So it doesn't matter whether you're in your community or whether it's the Robinson Huron Treaty level, the full moon's going to come. She's going to come. And so I'm using I shouldn't say that, I'm working with the full moon as a way to understand those changes that happened, like what is a normal change versus when that's brought on by climate change. Because when I'm in these different spaces, they say, well, you don't have baseline. You don't have a scientific baseline. I go, yeah, we do. It's a 13 moon. People know exactly what was supposed to happen at what time. And if that's not happening, then we know there's a difference. So we actually do have that knowledge. We actually do have this knowledge that other people say that we don't. And I know that we do. So that's what I'm trying to do right now, is connect the land to the moon and to our teachings and our clan system in terms of natural law. And having said that, I am such a beginner, and I always get excited to listen to elders and people speak the language, because I try to pick out the words and try to understand to the best of my ability to learn this. So we'll just go to the Love and Shkekma quest slide. I'm going to finish here. I talked about this yesterday. People talked about it when we had the tech elders gatherings pre-pandemic. Yesterday, it came up, is a lot of the times we do what we do because of love, because right now we're all descendants of our Anishinaabe ancestors who were part of that treaty. And whatever they negotiated, and Alan had a great story for that, that's so we could be here and meet as a nation and have this discussion. So I'm a descendant, so I have to think about future generations. What all the work that I do, how do I show love for future generations? How do I make sure that 172 years from now, they can gather and discuss the treaty and be Anishinaabe? So I think that's an important, John Burroughs writes about this as being a legal principle, but you would have already known that, because we just listen to you and go, oh, and then we write about it and tell people about it. And so I do think as descendants, we have these obligations to future generations to show love for them. So Chimigwech, hopefully that made sense. I did rush through it, but I appreciate your feedback. And welcome to our guests. I'd like to hear from them too, because I know we share some of the same stories. And yeah, so Heidi's up next. So she's between you and lunch. Thank God it's not me. And Chimigwech to all of you.
Deborah, would you stay up on the stage? Dr. Deborah, calling you back to the stage. Okay, Chief Duquette's going to present you with a gift on behalf of us, everyone.
So, do you want to do this now or? Yeah. Okay. Okay. We have two more guests that we want to honor. Grand Chief Rich Nicknup and Deputy Grand Chief Mr. Travis Bosno. Can you come up, gentlemen?
Ani Buju, Coinga Anishinaabe, Meswaging Donjaban Name Dodum, Grand Council Chief Reginiganawi, Michsagi Anishinabek. Good to see everybody here today. I'm very honored and welcome to be here. Miigwech for the gifts. I appreciate it. Miigwech to the chiefs for hosting us here. I won't get in the way very much longer because I know you guys got some excellent presentations going on and I won't say anything more than that. But I will say over half of my wardrobe here, except for maybe my pants, came from Nipissing. All the rest of this stuff is constructed right here in Nipissing, so. Miigwech.
So just to be clear, I know he introduced himself, but I came and grabbed the blanket first, but I'm the deputy. That's the boss man. But before I say my thank yous, I just want to acknowledge how exciting it is to have all these doctors at this gathering. I find it very special knowing how much of a journey it is, education, all the things. And when I seen the agenda, and I just had to revisit it, but to see all the doctors coming and sharing their knowledge, I find it beautiful, very inspiring. And even from I don't know if you call it informal, but I just confirmed with my friends from Treaty 3 here. We also have Fred Kelly, who we can consider a doctor as well, who's going to be presenting later on this afternoon. So it's very exciting. I'm overwhelmed. I'm really happy I wasn't here earlier because I didn't want to follow the great stories from Dr. Corbier. So thank you very much. I really, I started the week in the sweat lodge with the leadership sweat, and I've been kind of glowing ever since. I just, it's very exciting to see all the knowledge and all the leadership and the commitment by all of you, beautiful people. So Gima Ducat, Gima McLeod, who's walking around in his awesome hat. I thank you very much. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for the blanket. I can cuddle by myself. Have a good day.
Okay. Okay, Miigwech, one more show of appreciation for our Gimas, our counselors, our grand chiefs and deputy grand chiefs, all of our leaders that are here with us today. Miigwech, thank you for being here and showing us your support. So we're going to move along. Our next spokesperson is this is kind of not a hard agenda to follow. Everybody has a doctor in front of their name, except Nelson and I. We're the only ones that don't have doctor. Well, we got senators in front of our name next time, so. Okay, so Senator Goulet here and Senator Nelson. We're going to invite Dr. Heidi. I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. I'll do the best I can. So she said, just call me Heidi. Her bio, as she's working her way up to the microphone, she investigates the history of Indigenous Crown relations, treaties, and federal and provincial government policies towards Indigenous peoples in Canada. She is a director of Osgood Society for Canadian Legal History and teaches graduate and undergraduate courses in treaty history, the history of residential schools in Canada, and the Canadian legal history. She is also a practitioner of the digital humanities, exploring how to best use new technologies in collaboration with Great Lakes First Nations to reconnect communities with aspects of their cultural heritage stored in museums and archives around the world. Through the Great Lakes Research Alliance for Study of Aboriginal Arts and Cultures, of which she is co-founder, and its research database, of which she was the main designer. So welcome, Dr. Heidi.
Dr. Boyker, she was also the one of the key expert witnesses in our litigation. You got.
Bonjour, Heidi Nitishnakas, Toronto Ntonchi. And I was sitting here listening to Alan and Deb this morning and thinking, please keep talking. I just want to keep listening to the amazing things you have to say. This is such a great opportunity. I Chipmiigwech, I have to say, for the honor of being here today at the 2022 Robertson Huron Treaty Gathering. I realize I am the Jaganashkwe standing between you and lunch. I'm keenly aware of that. So I will keep that keenly in mind. I do have to say though how grateful I am to be here on this land. I was born on Mississauga territory in Williams Treaty Territory. And my family and I today live in Toronto on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit. And for more than 20 years, which seems an awfully long time, and I knew Alan back then too, so we've just gotten, we're 29 still, surely. But I've been studying Indigenous Crown relations and Anishinaabe history as part of my work to better understand and tell truths about Canadian history. And like many of you in this room, my generation and older, went to school and learned nothing about Indigenous history or the barest or crudest of stereotypes. And nothing about the rich history of the land, nothing about treaties. And I look at my 12-year-old son who's now in a Toronto middle school, and he does land acknowledgements every day. And he's learning about Indigenous histories, and elders come into the school. Our school actually has a sizable urban Indigenous population. And he came home yesterday, excited because his guidance counselor, who's really nice, is an Anishinaabe. And he knew that. And he was like, cool with that. He thought that was great. She's really nice. And so I see this change starting to happen. And I see it in my own classrooms too. When I started at the University of Toronto a while ago, teaching, students would come in and they would not know about residential schools. I would be teaching that. They would not know about treaty history. I'd be starting to teach them that. And they're coming in now informed and wanting to know more. Our Indigenous studies programs are growing as our diverse student body increasingly understands their importance. The change does seem slow year over year. But when I look back, I do see it actually seems quite rapid. And then, for example, I'm also increasingly asked to speak about Indigenous Crown treaty history as part of international history at the university. Colleagues who work in international history now say, well, that's international history. And I say, yes, it is. And they say, we should be talking about that. And international law, treaty law is international law. So I've been asked by the organizers to share some of what I've learned in my historical research work that addresses the theme of this year's gathering, restoring the balance, especially with respect to governance and Anishinaabe law. And I was thinking about what stories I could share as a Jaganashkwe about Anishinaabe events and practices of the past that could usefully speak to the theme of restoring the balance. So we talked about this at the beginning of the summer, and that got me thinking. So I spent the whole summer thinking. I don't know if I've come up with anything useful, but I hope I have. But as a historian, my work is in the archives. That means effectively, I tell this at family gatherings, I read dead people's mail for a living. That is my job. That's what it is. It's mostly mail, and they're usually quite dead. So there you go. That's it. And my work is in the rear view mirror as a historian. I'm always looking to the past, and this might explain the front bumper of my car, actually, now that I think about it some more, but I'm looking in the past. And so this call of the committee to ask me to think about restoring the balance was a call to turn around and look at the present and look at the future. And because restoring is an active verb, and that's a good thing, because as you know, Deb was reminding us about the importance of verbs in Anishinaabe. It's something done now. You're restoring. That's something you're doing now in the present, and with the idea of shaping a different future. You know, and I think about Wanda Nanabush, who's an Anishinaabe curator at the Ontario Art Gallery, and she talks about how you pick up pieces of the past. When you pick up pieces of the past, you allow people to have a different future. So I just try to think of the historical work in that kind of way. So if we're restoring and it's in the present, the idea of shaping a different future, but then we also have the idea of balance. And balance is a relative term, right? Balance with respect to what, right? Unless you're in stasis in some Star Trek universe. You know, got to be, are you balanced on something, with something? And it's something that usually requires work like gravity, to fight against, and you either have to exert physical or mental effort to keep in balance. So I thought this was really useful as a historian to think about restoring balance, because I'm thinking about not just restoring balance of the present for the future, but looking to the past to learn how people, how ancestors engaged in the work of maintaining balance or restoring balance when catastrophes hit, because as Deb pointed out, they hit and you have to recover from them. So how can study the past inform the work of the present to transform the future? So I'm going to share a few stories that I've gathered over the years around the themes of governing through alliance, around 4 ideas I think are connected to this theme. And please, I look forward, as I always learn at these gatherings, what I don't know, which is many things. So I offer these, in other words, for your consideration. So the first is the importance of ceremony. I'm going to talk about some of the historic examples of ceremony in the archival record and what I think they offer. The role of women, centrally connected to restoring balance. The relationship between local and regional governance, what that should look like, because that I think is connected to balance. And the idea of tradition and change, or traditions as changing, as living, flexible, breathing concepts, not static and rigid and fixed. So I hope, I'm just going to give a few examples that I hope spark further discussion over lunch, which will come. And I say again, as a settler and as a historian, the stories I'm going to share on the events I talk about come from the written records of principally of Europeans visiting, and some from actually the mid-19th century and later, Anishinaabe writers themselves. And so written sources are far from perfect sources. And especially when they are authored by overwhelmingly men and overwhelmingly colonial officials, they saw and experienced in the Anishinaabe world through their own lenses. And sometimes they made really, well, the wrong assumptions. As a historian, though, I've been trained to not take them at their word, to read, as we say, against the grain, to pay attention to these silences, who they're not talking about, what they're not saying, and to compare and corroborate their evidence, and to read these sources informed by the voices of Indigenous scholars, two brilliant examples of who are sitting right here today, and who all my students read their work. And of course, present day knowledge keepers, including those gathered here today, right? That's what also informs this work. And I also see there are some young people in this room, and I'm looking around at the young people. And if you are a young person and you actually think that reading dead people's mail sounds like a fun job, we need you. You are needed. And there's lots of, in terms of picking up the pieces of the past, and if you look at some of the wonderful historical community work that's being done at the back of the room here by Garden River in collaboration with Nipissing University, be inspired and think about joining us in the work of picking up the pieces of the past. So with that, I'll just briefly talk about the importance of ceremony, which is such an obvious thing to say in this room, I know. But the archival point I wanted to make is that every treaty council that I have examined that looks at councils between Anishinaabe people and representatives of imperial or colonial or British, Canadian governments open and close with ceremony. They're central. They are the bringing into the space Anishinaabe law. They form all the treaties. It's an integral part of these this treaty law. It's everywhere, and in fact, it becomes formulaic. Like after 200 years, it's not formulaic from the Anishinaabe perspective, but frustratingly, colonial officials write in their minutes after the usual ceremonies, comma, and that's it. But sometimes visitors to those ceremonies who were seeing them for the first time tell us what those ceremonies were, right? And that they always started with pipe ceremonies and tobacco. Sema was a part of these ceremonies at the very beginning. And that they open these councils. Champlain the French cartographer and geographer who gets all the gets all the press. In his meeting of his very first Anishinaabe council was sort of stunned that people didn't talk for half an hour while the pipe went around, because and he said that people explained to him the importance of being in a good frame of mind, that the work of the opening ceremonies set the stage for the deliberations that followed. And that was over 400 years ago. So this is continuity into the present. It's been ongoing. And then though these observers didn't always realize the extent of what was happening in those ceremonies, including how the speakers were invoking all of creation, all the lands and the waters, that Manadu were being invited to witness the deliberations and the agreements, that the Totem beings were also there too, and as people brought the knowledge and the insights of their Totem beings into council, we often miss that. They also often miss the central, another central principle of Anishinaabe law, this idea that personhood has a much bigger, the idea of legal personhood is much, much bigger in Anishinaabe law, right? In British common law and this Quebec law, a person is a human being, and quite frankly, until 1929, women weren't legally people, and by definition in Canadian law. So it was a very narrow concept of personhood, but Anishinaabe personhood encompasses all of its souled life, which means that we all have these responsibilities towards all this life, which is of course integral to the treaty process. Now, the ceremonies themselves, however, there were changes and new elements added over time. This is what I mean by living traditions. When treaty councils were opened and closed during the British era, there were military bands played. That was often part of the ceremonial process. There was always a feast. Now, sometimes in the treaty payments, in the annuity payments, you can see that the Crown charged against the treaty payment, the one bullock. And then the council minutes conveniently note that a bullock was roasted for lunch. So yes, not the spirit of feasting to which one normally would expect. Nevertheless, this was an integral part of these processes. And the fact that pipes were central to these treaty relationships and these ceremonies meant that when a treaty partner, particularly the Crown and then later the Canadian government, forgot their treaty responsibilities, chiefs would send pipes, communities would send pipes sometimes with letters to Ottawa, to the governors general, to remind them that you should get the pipe, you should remember your treaty obligations. And so, and Alan and I have both been involved in the Great Lakes Research Alliance and had the privilege of, traveling to many of these museum collections where there are many pipes in those collections, some of which have come into that context, that they were given to treaty partners to remind them that they were allies and had a responsibility. The other theme I wanted to talk about, of course, is the importance of women. That restoring the balance also brings up the importance of women in Anishinaabe governance, an importance that settler law, especially in the 19th and 20th centuries, aimed to disrupt by disenfranchising women in the Indian Act and impose the elected council on First Nations and barred women from participating in governance. And of course, this was grounded in European ideas, patriarchy, and ultimately in Christianity, that aimed to relegate women to a subordinate status, keep them in the home, in other words. Canadian law, as you know, didn't recognize gender equality until 1982, right, when it was enshrined in the Constitution, 1982. Now, but Anishinaabe law historically did not, kept women, elevated women, I should say, and had them as an integral part of government. We can still see today that even though we've got gender equality in Canadian society writ large, there's still significant disproportionate representation, right, in leadership roles and in management roles, senior leadership, overwhelmingly still male. So in the historical record, there are examples in the archival record of women's councils being an integral part of Anishinaabe governance. It's harder to find women and it's harder to find children in archival sources, but they are there. There are 3 treaties that were signed with Southern Ontario, Anishinaabe, and the British Crown before 1815. And the preamble clearly states that the treaties were with the chiefs, the warriors, referring to a warriors council, and the principal women as signatories to the treaties. There is only on all Great Lakes treaties, Anishinaabe, with the exception of Robertson Huron, which is an interesting exception, but with all the other Southern Ontario treaties and Anishinaabe signed with their totem images, there's only one treaty I've been able to find that has clearly 3 women's totem images on it. It was a 1784 cession by the Mississauga, giving of land, permission to settle, to the British Crown that allowed for the 6 nations to settle on the Grand River. And it's interesting, there are 3 totem images. One's a crane, one's definitely a beaver, and the other one, it's a little hard to, I think it's a crane. And it clearly, the clerk clearly wrote her mark. 2 of them are, their last name, their names are Quay. The Quay ending is visible. And they, but that was, the cession was for land on both sides of the river, both sides of the Grand River. And water, this is my hypothesis. Since water is an area of women's responsibilities and law, and all the animals that live in the water, the shoreline, the rice harvest, all these areas of historic responsibility. And this was a cession that was going to involve lands on both sides of a major river. I have a feeling that that's why those women's marks were on that treaty, right? They were really had to be, they had to be engaged fully in that decision. So women's responsibilities historically included, as you know, the sugar bushes that Deb was speaking of. An entire family participated in the sugar harvest. Multiple examples of that women were the ones who directed the work. What responsibilities included fisheries management and wild rice harvesting. So these encompassing broad areas. And historically, women did marry outside of the communities of their birth, but into communities where they had existing family ties. And of course, this still happens today. But the connections, the way the Indian Act sets up the membership that you have to belong to one community or another community, but not both, cuts against the historic practices where women could speak in councils that both the communities where they were born and the communities and where they were raising their families. In other words, kind of like a dual citizenship model, if you think about it, with the kind of responsibilities to speak up in both places. So this then gets us to the idea about restoring the balance between local and regional governance. Again, after 150 years of concerted effort on the part of the Canadian government to isolate and not have strong Anishinaabe nations. But prior to that, there were, governance was managed by clear imbalance between the clear jurisdictions of the local councils and broader alliances and broader councils. And at these regional gatherings, where alliances between attending council fires were reconfirmed, and lots of what we're doing, everyone's doing here today. It's clear local councils made decisions about who was a member of the community, who could live on the land, right? Who had access to which resources. And that regional gatherings were places where leadership of local councils were reaffirmed, where boundaries between local councils were adjusted, and new councils were created because Anishinaabe territory and lands did change over time. And there were new council fires created, and they are in the archival records. You can see this happen. And you know it happened before, was happening long before Europeans showed up as well. So there's this whole body of law of when a new community needs to be created, how do other communities recognize it? So each of these councils are sites of governance, and each had their areas of responsibility. You can think of this as constitutional government. And I think what's also important is that constitutionally, these regional councils didn't have power over the local councils, right? So it's not like in a federal system where the federal level has some response, can sort of overpower provincial decisions, right? It had a much more balanced constitution. And local councils were broadly democratic in their decision-making, with the chief and council taking advice from the Council of Women and Council of Warriors. So that meant that the broad community participation in decision-making right at the local level. And, even in the I should say, communities were really clear about where decisions needed to be made. So we can point to certain specific examples. For example, in 1860, there was a large gathering at Sarnia, including leadership from the North Shore, who'd come down to Sarnia to create a long petition, which they intended to give to the Prince of Wales, because Queen Victoria's eldest son was on a big tour in 1860 of all of British North America. He was 18, he was big trouble. She was sending him on a tour to help him, manage himself a little better. Anyway, so he's sent on this tour, but Indigenous leaders saw this opportunity, because this is the same year that the imperial government is disavowing its responsibility for treaty relations, and it's handing that over to the province of Canada, to seize the moment to be invited to a council where the Prince of Wales was going to give out Queen Victoria medals and supposedly renew the alliance, to seize the moment to deliver a petition listing the many grievances that the nations had, including the Robinson-Huron Treaty Nations, had with the way the province of Canada was not upholding treaty relations, to complain about the regulation of the fishing with the Fisheries Act, which was against the treaty, to complain about the frauds and abuses in the land sale process, the lack of accountability in money, all this very straight, long rebuke of the Crown's behavior. And at that council that was planning the petition, an Anishinaabe, Mississauga Anishinaabe woman named Catherine Sutton, Nanibokwe, came about a land matter. She had been trying to get her title to land recognized, in Sound. She had married a non-native man, William Sutton, and as far as the Indian Department was concerned, even in 1860, that meant she was no longer First Nation. She shouldn't have that land. So she brought her complaint to this regional council, and the regional council listened at great length to what she was saying. But then the chiefs who then subsequently spoke pointed out that actually wasn't their jurisdiction, right? That they couldn't address that because it was a local matter, right? The land matter had to be between the local council fire and the Crown. And so, this is a really rich example of just how well worked out this was and how much people followed their law, even though at the time, the settler population at that point, there were over 1 million white settlers in Southern Ontario and about 10,000 Anishinaabe. They were still following their law and their principles about which body of government was responsible for what. So the regional governments or efforts at regional government did continue. Grand councils continued to meet right up until 1936. But they were greatly reduced after Confederation. They were reduced because Indian Affairs would only fund a chief and one councillor to travel, and they would only release band funds for that amount. And of course, women were no longer going. Communities were no longer gathering, right? So it's really had a negative impact. It was not until the 1970s that Ottawa agreed to provide some support for regional tribal councils as consolidated service providers. And again, this is a really understudied area of history. But this is far away, I should say, from the independence that was exercised by local and regional councils prior to the imposition of the Indian Act. So the last theme area I just want to touch on is the idea of tradition and change, and the idea of restoring the balance. Sometimes, and I counter this with my students a lot, they have this idea that traditions are fixed. If you talk about traditional governance or traditional, we do things because it's traditional, that somehow that's static and it never changes. It's something we did in the past and we have to keep doing it in the future. But that can become a problem because traditions need to keep living. And to thrive, they do need to change, but they need to change around core principles and values that are reinvented by every generation. You know, an example today is this actual treaty gathering. We can see traditional core principles of governance and law enacted transparently, but we're, zooming it with hybrid technology happening here, right? But this is cool because it's letting people who can't travel participate in the conversation and post questions on the chat. So it's getting back to that idea. Well, it's just the technology's changing. There are all kinds of rich examples of this in the archival record, and I'll just share, one with you. In 1836, a woman named Anna Jameson, a white woman who is the wife of the Attorney General for the province, was traveling all around this region, and she came to Bawating and she was really excited. She wrote a book called Winter Rambles and Summer Studies, or maybe it's Summer Studies and Winter Rambles. I don't know. She was rambling about, but she came to Bawating and she was really excited because she wanted to see traditional Anishinaabe dwellings. And so she comes and near the house of her friend was a wigwam, and she was very excited to go in it and report on it. And there inside was beautifully appointed. She noted the beautiful mats and the woven mats and the wall pockets and the pouches that were all there to hold all the belongings, very comfortable living space, and a brand new coffee grinder. The manual coffee grinders, and that really set her back because that did not but it's coffee. Of course, people are going to have coffee. And you see this thread, right? Especially in the 19th century into the 20th century, where of course settlers will come along with what you want to call the tradition trap, right? And expect people to be traditional in certain ways. And of course, people are busy being people and coffee. So he had the latest actually, apparently. So you see these kinds of changes happening, of course, before. I mean, Europeans didn't bring change. Change happened long before Europeans, and the laws and the stories that Deb and Alan were speaking about hold that knowledge. If I'm going to end actually with a story that actually involves this community, Nipissing, and starts a long time ago, back before the first Shaganosh ever showed up in this area. Around the 15th century, the Eastern Alliance of Anishinaabe, your ancestors in this territory, entered into an alliance with the Huron Wendat, who at that time had villages sort of and communities kind of in the Whitchurch, Stouffville, Markham area, and invited them to come up and live in Midland in the Penetanguishene area. And then Eastern Robertson Huron Treaty Anishinaabe ancestors and Nipissing, some of them went down south in the winter and overwintered near those communities and traded over the winter. Wendat had great corn, squash, and beans, and Anishinaabe were amazing fishers. And so they had this mutually beneficial alliance relationship that strengthened everyone. In 1837, after one winter from Nipissing, there's a record in the Jesuit Relations of Nipissing Nation people coming home after a horrible epidemic had swiped through the Wendat villages. So we can have extra sympathy for them at this time. 70 people died that winter, 70 people, and the 70 bodies, they canoed home to be buried here on these lands. It was probably influenza, it might've been measles. It was a bit early for smallpox, but it was just horrible. 5 years later, after this devastating loss, there was a huge regional gathering, treaty gathering, hosted by the Nipissing, and also to renew their alliance with the Wendat. And the Wendat were not kind of the expert canoers Anishinaabe were, so the council was held a little farther south, more Wasauksing area, didn't have as far to travel. And so this gathering that was held, invited the farthest away nations came from Bawating all the way down, and it was about 2,000 people, and it was in late August, and the two Jesuits who attended, and recorded just how happy people were to visit with their relatives, the cries and the happiness echoed off the rocks, huge giveaways, ceremonies. There was a grand entry, of course, as everybody canoed in by nation. There was feasting, dancing, visiting, games, including a greasy pole climb where only one person was able to get to the top, and he kind of was a Wendat and he used 2 knives to do it, and everyone accused him of cheating, so he had to kind of pay his prize back as a tax for using the knives to anchor himself up instead of just trying to climb the pole. So there you go. And there were canoe races. And it was here through these massive gift exchanges that the Allied Council Fires renewed their alliances and reconfirmed their responsibilities as allies to provide for one another. And I noticed the new clothes that your Grand Chief was wearing, clothed here from Nipissing, and that's very much the traditional practice of gift giving clothing and giving headdresses to affirm chiefly leadership. A funny one occurred actually with the French a few years later. The French, on receiving headdresses at the Treaty of Montreal, gave hats back, but they also, I guess, gave the wigs too. So it's just a little confusion. And I don't know whether it's because they got given a headdress and it had some really nice, marten or fur on the headdress, some of the headdresses, and they just put the curly hair on. And anyway, so you can just imagine that was quite the fashion statement. Anyway, back to Nipissing here. This wonderfully hosted council fire lasted over 2 weeks, and the Jesuits could not get away the wealth that the Nipissing Nation had produced to give away to everyone who had come. And it was just, they called it a king's ransom. The baskets, the moccasins, the blankets, all these gifts that were given. Now, these gatherings continue and continue, but we only get snippets in the archival record when we actually get these kind of eyewitness accounts. In 1670, there was one held just north of, actually probably in the vicinity of Dreamer's Rock is where it sounds like, where it was held for Mayingin and the Amiqua council fire. And at that one, the Jesuit didn't give as much richer description, although he complained bitterly that no one could hear him preaching because everyone was too busy saying hi and screaming and being happy at seeing their relatives. He said, nobody could hear me over the din of all the promiscuous mingling, were his exact words. I imagine him just sort of stuck on a rock somewhere, and he's just like, nobody's listening to me. But if you think about it, the children who were at the 1642 gathering renewing the alliance were adults in 1670, and the adults in 1642 were the elders, and this work was carrying on to renew these alliance relationships. And after that gathering, where people, the Amiqua had given all their wealth, I mean, there was a massive distribution of wealth there. Well, then that winter, Allied council fires came and hunted together, and they hunted a huge number of moose together. So you see again where the local communities, although they were autonomous and responsible for their own lands, sustained each other, right, through this continual reciprocal exchange. So I'm going to leave it there, and I hope everyone we'll get to lunch soon. So thank you very much for the kindness of listening. And I look forward to more treaty gatherings in the years to come.
Miigwech. So Dr. Heidi Bokhar, Dr. Deborah Mcgregor, Dr. Alan Corbier, I want to apologize for having so little time to learn so much and condense your presentations, but I'm much appreciated by all of us for sharing what you have, and we'd be kind enough to chat with people throughout the lunch and throughout the day. I want to apologize to my friend Councillor Stevens from Nipissing here, and all of you that found that we're cramming this, but I'm doing the best we can, and we're running out of time. So we'll try and do better this afternoon. But miigwech for your patience, everyone. We should go to lunch now. Sorry, there's a hand in the back that I heard my name. There was no swearing before or after it, so it's not too bad. Oh, it's a good thing. Okay. So we'll do a presentation and then we'll go for lunch, and I'll ask everyone, try and get back for 1:30. Okay. Chief Duquette's going to do a presentation here to our guest.
Almost forgot.
Yeah. I did forget. Okay, how'd Wees na do? Ani, welcome back, everyone. We're going to start in 5 minutes at the most. Thank you. Thank you for coming back. I hope your lunch went well.
Ani, kinagoya. Ani. Kamat stamen samino mandala shko na quick. Bchina kongi non damen 지금 왜 우리가 민에야 만들 바스강 니에드 민 crown 아기 마차게 아기 마차 니더스 기코지만 마르티나 마게 윈 집에 코에데 그다음 코에만한 마버나 코에 데모에 미마바 가베 샤크 비앙게 만다 와윈다마게 with Danishinch not doing where guys rebak much when I'm good bagas. So the queen has passed on.
Hamosho, the Remag the Doc. Se mangi kerana o the ding, skode canning. Mother Sigi Gwetch me go answer, we none get on the up to wingy scotum. Maba Chigimakwe. Panay Onishnaben. De benoji man gona besko mi dapsko ne kegashe gnom gangs mi dashmandagi ma chati dek godbagi gaun godbagi swan godbagas eta kake zani amedash mandasa nade namaing maba demoye amachat how okay bekayadash. Now, migrants mother Kinaginani breaks, Shashamabak Chigabain, Kimani, many gods, Mabak Chigamakwe, or the Chigaming Gamayatque, Migrants Kanagdanim.
So on behalf of Martina, I want to thank everybody for that moments of silence. She was our treaty partner, Elizabeth was. So I guess now we'll be dealing with Charles, King Charles. So we're going to start our afternoon session, and I just want to do an announcement. Yesterday, we were informed, the report with the elders, ecological knowledge, that the one thing that they're engaging in and promoting is the White Ribbon campaign. And that's taking direct action and wrapping white ribbon around trees, and just to tell everybody to wake up. And we invite everybody to join us, it says so. There is a gathering, Nimki Ajabekong in Elliott Lake, October 6th, Friday afternoon, and Saturday, October 7th, all day. There's accommodations in Elliott Lake, or bring a trailer, it says so. I'm sure it'll be on the internet. You could probably scroll it down. But there is accommodations, and there'll probably be markers directing you where that is. So October 6th and October 7th. Elders TEK, Traditional Elders Knowledge Gathering in Elliott Lake. So please come, and like I say, the Ray Owl was here, I was told, which is really good. So you know, he's been very instrumental in pushing this issue forward. So anyway, the white ribbon campaign, I guess, is something that we can do in our respective areas that we come from. Make it known that, you know, the white ribbons are seen by the non-indigenous peoples in particular, and that they either ask questions or at least be reminded of our relationship. So, miigwech. Okay, we want to invite Peter Bokaj. Peter's going to give us a teaching on Sema, tobacco. You know, that's one thing about our gatherings, you know, we're structured somewhat, but it's fluid also, it's fluid. So when the moment comes up, you know, we'll act on it. So, you know.
We have between these speakers the best place on the stage. If you go to this speaker, the show them. What's that? You can go there and here, whatever you like. Oh, is that up there? If you want to, yeah. And at the podium, I'm good here. Bonjour. Morning. The word morgan edo gdash. Maybe Rasmus said and there's no cause when I'm most to them. You met and they are. Chimino and them you be quite a big boy on, and I should be gig to yon bungi, dongum. Chimino and them cannot walk me go egg, cannot walk and it's not big. Don't quite mark in chicken ma go more chart gave in or don't quite more can already a very much chick got be need to give in where they not care. Don't quite more on. We got be me we do cog and on, you know. Gavin Nishnaben, more king. Chimino and them no go nani boyan. Jabe give doyan ganin mangi o sema, jabe bar chamuk sema. Ginago
wedi Nishnabe Oganing Gita Bajma. Nishnabe Gewin Debo taught Usemon. Usemon Dash Mia Tam Gabe me Gabe get not Gibnit Onishnabe. Wana Buju Gajin Kazut. Gibe Pia Manedogi Gibe me not Matsuin. Gibe get not his son. Usema. Gibe saw Kita Marget Kani. Mita Shiga Gabe me get net Nishna be. More Gichai. Usema. Mita Shi Tam Gabe me Gabe can't among Osema a opportunity at dash. Omatsuin Anishnabe Abajian Jibe Matsit Minomatsit Jibe and Sugi Shgok Ebime Moset Margit Kai Oseman du Abajian. I'm going to English it a little bit now. For those that don't understand, didn't understand the teaching. When Abuju, our great ancestor, was first created, we heard that teaching yesterday. We were created by the four elements of the earth. So when Abujo was lowered to the earth, he was lowered upon that Sema. And that was the beginning of the knowledge of Anishinaabe, understanding what Sema is. To this day, we still have Sema. In that lodge over there yesterday, every morning, Usema is used. And even, we have many teachings about Sema. And when we put the Sema out there, or in a fire, there are a lot of maneduk everywhere, spirit, every place. So when you use your Sema, that those spirits, they all come and check out your Sema and see how they could help you. That is the belief of Anishinaabe. So I wanted to give you that short version of Sema. And the other request was I talked about the mshkiki, majim shkiki, that is being abused by our people. Not only young people, but I see people of all ages using opiates today. Everywhere, not only in First Nations. I come from a life of alcoholism many years ago. I came to the crossroads in 1979, and it was the last time that I ever put any mood-altering substance in my body. I went to a treatment center
And I did that work that I needed to do to help myself. And ever since then, I've been working with people with addictions. For 40 years now, I've been doing that. And I'm still doing that. I retired 10 years ago now. I worked at Ecological College for 25 years. I worked there. Developed the Indigenous Wellness and Addictions Prevention Program. And that program's still running today. I see old friends here, NADAP workers, when we were working in NADAP and addictions in our communities. I don't know if things are better today, but I do know we still have lots of long ways to go to help ourselves. To help ourselves, that's what we need to do. We need to listening to the elders and urging us, encouraging us to pick up a Sema and to identify yourselves as Anishinaabe. I don't identify myself as elder. I identify myself as Anishinaabe. Maybe now I'm getting to be a Chinishinaabe, but I'm getting closer and closer to that doorway. But that's what I'm doing now is teaching. We are the teachers. Every one of you out here is all teachers and all healers. All you need to do is use Sema. Sema will help you. Sema will show you the way. Just like a flashlight to Sema. But the thing is, you need to believe in yourself that you can do that. That you have to have that belief. Just like anything else in our life. Believe who you are. I heard one time, not too long ago, a young person, as I just happened to be there in this gathering we were at, says, "Oh, I lost my status card. I'm no longer an Indian." So I was thinking, that young person, that's their belief, is that status card that they are an Indian. So when we do that, we believe then that the government makes us Indians? Or do you believe in Manedo, Medemenedo? That's the one that give you life, give you who you are. That's who we are, is that our creator, Manedo, give us that life. So hold your Sema and believe in your Sema and walk as an Anishinaabe. Use your language. I want to re-acknowledge that with my friend Alan Corbier this morning when he said, hold on to your language. Do not let your language go. Ishpingo bangi kanaman Anishinaabe myan abajit tun. Nishnaabe mungo. Nishnaabe mungo. Ahomi amnik bigwaj gives in do yan.
Miigwech Peter. Cousin Peter. Receiving his gift from Chief Duquette. I call Peter cousin because, you know, many times in some of his discussions, I've been fortunate to listen to him, and we talk about Bocage, where we grew up. And Peter mentions my name once in a while as his cousin, so. And we don't spell it like Don Burnstick either. We don't spell it in English, Cuzzin. We spell it a different way. Okay. You remember Don Burnstick? Hey, cousin. Anyway, going back to the agenda, we're going to welcome Roger Jones and Daniel McCoy to talk with us about the Robinson Huron Treaty Annuities litigation update. I'm going to ask Senator Nelson to read the bios. You have to bear with us. We read everybody's bios. We know who you are. Don't need introduction, but we'll just bear with us for a moment.
Any, can I wait? Maybe King Charles will knight us. What do you think? Roger Jones, among other things, is my friend. Member of Sagmog-Nishnabek, Robinson Huron Treaty Territory. Graduate of Laurentian University and Osgood Hall Law School. Currently serving as member of the Robinson Huron Treaty Annuities legal team. Currently working as an independent consultant, formerly worked as a legal and policy advisor for Ontario Regional Chiefs of Ontario, senior legal counsel, Assembly of First Nations, assistant professor at the University of Sudbury, Native Studies Department, partner, Nagabo Jones, Hawken, barristers and solicitors, human rights internship, Indian Law Resource Center, Washington, DC, recipient of the Distinguished Aboriginal Lawyer Achievement Award, Native Law Center of Canada, Indigenous Peoples Council, Indigenous Bar Association, and National Aboriginal Achievement Award. So that is Mr. Roger Jones. In the language, we call them Ganotamage and Inok. Those are, it refers to men, but I guess it should be male and female. But they're the ones that speak on your behalf. That's translation. Daniel McCoy is an Anishinaabe from Batchewana First Nation and a junior lawyer at Nagabo Corbier, who provides support for the senior lawyers in the Restool litigation. Daniel joined Nagabo Corbier in 2021. Daniel is currently the document specialist on the legal team and plays a critical role in managing the tens of thousands of documents involved in the case. Daniel received his Juris Doctorate from Osgood Hall Law School in 2018 and was called to the Bar of Ontario in 2019. Daniel's practice is focused on document management and advocating for First Nations in treaty and Aboriginal title and rights litigation. Here he is, Mr. Daniel McCoy. Hey, gentlemen.
Ani. Skintam miigwech geni idinin kina magi bajaik. Minorish miigwech dinak mampi Ishnabek and Dajik. Bidni gwing mampi we mount juding. Nosh miigwech dinak mamagimawak, Chief Duquette, Chief McLeod for hosting us And thank you to Robinson Huron, Wawe for the invitation to come and participate in this gathering. We've been participating in the gathering for a number of years now. And principally coming to the gathering to provide update on the court case, which I know you're all interested in. So Daniel and I are going to do a PowerPoint presentation. We're going to run through this presentation to give you new information mostly, which describes what's taken place since our last update, which was last September, when we did the update in Bauting. So most of you may have been in attendance last year to hear what we reported about the case. So there'll be a little bit of repetition, but it shouldn't be a lot. So we're here on behalf of the legal team, and it is a big legal team. The principals of the legal team are Dave Nawagabo and Diane Corbier. Hence the law firm Nawagabo Corbier, of which Daniel is a member. And we also are here on behalf of the Litigation Management Committee. That's the executive of the trustees. Chief Sayers is here. Chief Corbier from Ondekam Nikoning is here. I saw Chief Toulouse here earlier. And of course, Peter Reckley is scurrying about attending to all of the matters that he needs to take care of, including feeding you when the food runs out. So we're happy to express greetings on their behalf as well, and give you this update. So we have a number of slides. We're not going to speak extensively about each slide. So maybe for the person that's managing the slideshow, go to slide 1. So yeah, so the update is broken up into at least 5 parts. Just a brief case overview. And then we're going to talk about areas of significant development since last September. And there's a number of things that we can speak to there. We're going to talk about stage 3 of the trial. And then we're going to give you some information about some work on provisional boundaries. And Daniel will explain why are we talking about provisional boundaries. And then just a brief kind of comment about negotiations to settle. So we'll cover that. I'm going to do some of it. Daniel will speak to some of it. At the end, I'm not going to answer any questions. Daniel will answer all of the questions. So I'll put the responsibility on him. Just kidding, Daniel. So the next slide, please. So this is a slide which really just aims to illustrate that it's been 10 years already since we first took action on this case, and that initial action was to serve notice of claim to Canada and Ontario that you were going to sue them for breach of treaty, basically. And right off the bat, the cover letter said, look, let's negotiate a settlement before we get into this litigation. 2 months after it was delivered, the lawyer for Canada wrote back and said, we can't negotiate. We're in court relating to the Robinson Superior Treaty, which had already started probably a decade earlier. So that was the response. Right from day one, the intention was to negotiate a settlement. Negotiation is the best way to get the best outcome in dealing with this promise of increased annuities. So that's still the best way to handle the solution. And I'll speak a little bit more about what negotiation activity is. So the trial actually started, it's 5 years ago now, September 2017. It's being, the judge is Justice Patricia Hennessy from Sudbury. There are actually 2 cases that are being heard at the same time. As I said, the Robinson Superior Treaty preceded this case, the Robinson Huron Treaty. Both of them are being heard together because they're essentially the same terms are in the treaty. And you know, Robinson Superior has its plaintiffs, 2 communities, Red Rock and White Sand. They have their own legal team. Of course, Robinson Huron has 21 First Nations. We have our own legal team. We work collaboratively with Superior as much as possible. But it is important to know that there's 2 cases because some of the information coming up will speak to certain issues that have arisen. Maybe not so much in the Robinson Huron context, but Robinson Superior. Next slide, please. So this is the clause, which is really the essence of the case. And the treaty talks about the annuities. And this is what we call the escalator, which talks about the annuities increasing if and when revenues are generated in excess of the expenditure and the costs to the government of facilitating resource development. And you'll notice that underlined at the near the bottom of the paragraph is, it says, as Her Majesty may be graciously pleased to order, right? The government always took that wording to mean it was optional for them. Optional for them to increase the annuities. Because that's what it says. At least in the English written context. Of course, you know, part of the work that the legal team and elders did was to say, well, that's not necessarily reflective of the understanding of the Anishinaabe. And provided evidence to kind of disagree with this notion that only one party could determine what the annuities payments should be. And that was part of what the judge essentially took into account in saying that there was an obligation. This language read in the context of including the Anishinaabe perspective means something different than simply putting the choice in the hands of the Crown. The last point on this slide says there's 2 dimensions to this case, really. One is past compensation. what should the Crown have paid in accordance with this escalator clause going back to 1850. They did raise it once, and that was in 1874. The initial value was about 96 cents in 1850, and it was raised to $4 in 1874. It should have been raised, obviously, after that, but they didn't. So what's the potential compensation for the Crown neglecting to raise the annuities essentially from 1874, but you can also go back as far as 1850, because the 1874 amount was probably not truly reflective of what should have been the new annuity amount in 1874. And whenever there's a settlement, you know, it should you know, be looking at past compensation. Once that's settled, then we need to work out, well, what's the new arrangement on a go forward basis? Because, you know, as beneficiaries, we're not going to sort of accept compensation for the past and then go back to the same $4 lineup that we've all been used to for as long as we've been alive, right? So yeah, that's just to make it clear that compensation from the past is one element, then negotiating a new arrangement going forward on the basis of resource revenue sharing. All right. Next slide, please. So this was the finding at trial, just to remind people. And this is the wording from Justice Hennessy. The Crown has a mandatory and reviewable obligation to increase the Robinson-Huron Treaty annuities when the economic circumstances warrant, and that the economic circumstances will trigger an increase if the net Crown resource-based revenues permit the Crown to increase the annuities without incurring a loss. It's consistent with you know, the concept in the treaty that if there's a profit, and how do you arrive at a profit? Well, how much money did they make? How much money did they spend to make the profit? Costs, expenditures associated with things like building roads, right? Because in order for resource development companies to access the resources to do mining, lumbering, or whatever, there was a cost to the road building, to the infrastructure, so on and so forth. So the basic concept is, if they make a profit, then there should be a sharing. How you determine whether or not a profit has been made is really in large part what stage 3 is going to be about, right? Let's figure out, let's look at the information available about how much money did the Crown make and what did it cost them to make that money, and is there a profit? So stage 3, some of what Daniel will speak to, in particular to the matter of provisional boundaries, factors into this. You have to identify the territory. What is the Robinson-Huron territory? Justice Hennessy also released a significant cost award at the time. She awarded the Robinson-Huron Treaty plaintiffs $9.4 million to cover the cost of the litigation to that point. Well, not the full cost, actually, but significant amount of the cost. So this has been an expensive proposition. And the First Nation leadership administration has supported the cost. They've covered the costs through financing, right? So it doesn't come cheap, obviously, and there's still more to be done. The next slide, please. So what happened after stage one was Ontario appealed the decision to the Ontario Court of Appeal. And they challenged the decision of the judge around treaty interpretation, which is largely what the issue was. Basically arguing that the judge had made an error in her conclusions about what the common intentions were of the Crown and Anishinaabe at the time. And so that was one of their grounds. They disagreed with the judge that there was a fiduciary duty on the part of the Crown to the Anishinaabe in relation to the treaty and acting in accordance with the treaty. So they disagreed with the finding by the judge that yes, there was an ad hoc fiduciary duty on the part of the Crown to behave in a manner consistent with her finding that there was an enforceable obligation. One of the other issues that Ontario had raised at the beginning of the trial, Ontario said, well, yeah, we agree that the annuities should have been raised. And they weren't. So that was a certain admission. But the admission basically was based on saying that the $4 should have been indexed from year to year to year, you know, based on inflation. So for an example, at 2017, they equated $4 to, I think, $116, right? So they said, yeah, you know, if we were to pay out that annuity today based on indexing to inflation, yeah, we should give people $116 a year. The amount would have been different from year to year because of the different inflation rates from, let's say, 1950 to 1970 to 1980. But it wasn't a concession on the issue of resource revenue sharing. They still disagreed with that, right? And that's where the compensation claim really lies, is that the treaty was about resource revenue sharing, at least insofar as the Anishinaabe were concerned. And, you know, the judge agreeing with that. So they challenged those aspects. But on November 5th of 2021, this was after the September gathering last year, the Court of Appeal issued their decision. They basically agreed with the judge, with Justice Hennessy, except on the issue of fiduciary duty. Court of Appeal disagreed on the fiduciary duty issue. But they kind of replaced it with saying, well, the honor of the Crown principle addresses that issue anyway. The Crown should have acted honorably going back to, 1850 in living up to the promise of the escalation clause, and they didn't. So for the most part, the Court of Appeal really kind of put the focus on honor of the crown rather than on fiduciary duty. Same outcome. So next slide relating to annuities claim stage 2. Yep. So just a couple of short points. Stage 2 of the trial was argued before Justice Hennessy in October 2019. In the stage 2 trial, the court considered Crown defenses. This is stage 2, including Crown immunity and limitations. The Crown argued that these legal defenses, technical defenses of Crown and immunity and limitations should bar Robinson Huron Treaty beneficiaries from litigating this. Said on the limitations, they said, you know, the beneficiaries should have come to court, you know, at a much earlier time. And now they come, what, 160 years later, they should be limited. Judge disagreed with that. Or the Crown said, well, there is such a thing as Crown immunity, that you can't sue the Crown. And again, and these are technical, you know, technical issues relating to statutes, relating to common law. But in the end, the judge rejected both of these things. Said, no, they don't apply. You're still on the hook. Next slide. So on the stage 2 matter, Justice Hennessy released her decision in June 2020 in stage 2. The court again ruled in favor of the First Nation plaintiffs, finding that the plaintiffs' claims are not barred by Ontario's limitations legislation and that Ontario does not benefit from the doctrine of Crown immunity. Again, Justice Hennessy released a cost award. This time it was $531,000 for the stage 2 proceedings, making that award to the legal costs for the plaintiffs. Next slide, stage 2 appeal. Okay, all right. So this slide talks about the appeals to the Ontario Court of Appeal in relation to stage 2. All right. Stage 2 appeal hearing focused on 2 main issues. The breach of fiduciary duty are not subject to Crown immunity, and Ontario's efforts to use limitations, statute of limitations to defend it against the claim that the judge, trial judge was wrong about that. Next slide. The result of the decision of the Court of Appeal, which was issued on November 5th, same time as the stage 1. The judges rejected the stage 2 appeal completely. They said, no, that doesn't work in protecting the Crown against these claims. All right. Just a quick summary. At stage 1 and stage 2, the judge held in favor of Robinson Huron Treaty plaintiffs. The Ontario Court of Appeal affirmed most of the trial judge's decisions in stage 1, except on the fiduciary issue, and ordered a reconsideration of the cost issue. The award that the judge had made of 9.4 million, Ontario had appealed that and said, no, that's excessive. The plaintiff should be awarded a lesser amount. The Ontario Court of Appeal said, well, we're not going to determine that. We're going to send that back to the trial judge to to encourage redetermination of that issue. And that, you know, she should ask for more evidence or more information to help her with the decision. In the end, the judge mostly maintained her award with respect to the initial award that she made. So that was the basic outcome. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Daniel to speak to the next few slides. Daniel?
Thank you, Roger. So next slide should be, there we go. So Ontario brought an application seeking leave to appeal to the Supreme Court of Canada on January 5th of this year. And you don't just have an automatic right to go to the Supreme Court. You need to ask them for permission. And so that's what they did on January the 5th. The Supreme Court did ultimately approve that application in this past June. It was on June 23rd. But Ontario's application really focused on 5 key issues in the Ontario Court of Appeals decision on stage 1 and stage 2. And I have them listed here on the slide, but it's that treaty interpretation question and what does the escalator or augmentation clause actually mean? They had questions about treaty implementation, and by that they mean they're really referring to the court's role in ordering treaty implementation, as well as room for the Crown's own discretion on how they implement the treaty promise. The third point is a highly legal issue, and that's just the standard or review for treaty interpretation. I won't really talk about that. It doesn't really have a huge bearing on the case altogether, but it's a very highly legal kind of question. The fourth piece, sorry, is the honor of the Crown. And Roger talked about how the Ontario Court of Appeal overturned Justice Hennessy on the issue of fiduciary duty. And really they had been saying that fiduciary duty is not necessary because honor of the Crown is there, and a fiduciary duty doesn't really do anything that honor of the Crown can't do. Because they, as the Crown, they have a duty to diligently implement this treaty promise. And so Ontario has issue with the way the Ontario Court of Appeal had characterized the honor of the Crown in their decision. And then, of course, the last item is remedies available for breach of treaty and breach of the duty of diligent implementation. And that again relates back to the honor of the Crown issue. So next slide. We had prepared our response to this leave application, urging the Supreme Court to not give Ontario an opportunity to argue their case before them. And we were really focusing on 2 key components. The first was based on Ontario's material in their leave application. It was very clear they're just attempting to relitigate their arguments on unfettered and unreviewable discretion. That was really a big theme of what they brought to the Ontario Court of Appeal by saying, we're the Crown, we get to do whatever we want when it comes to the annuities, and the court has no business interfering with our discretion on implementing this promise. Of course, Justice Hennessy and the Ontario Court of Appeal rejected those arguments wholeheartedly. And then the second part of our response is, if the Supreme Court hears this application, it's really contrary to principles of reconciliation. And the Supreme Court has said many, many times that these types of claims should not be dealt with in a courtroom. They should really be dealt with through negotiations at a nation-to-nation level. And our position was, if Supreme Court, if you hear Ontario's case, you're not really following through with some of the things that you've been saying about reconciliation and negotiating these types of claims. That being said, we also in our materials to the Supreme Court, we brought a cross appeal. So we're just also appealing a portion of the Ontario Court of Appeals decision, and that's on the issue of fiduciary duty. And so it was a conditional cross appeal. We had said to the Supreme Court, only if you grant Ontario's leave application, consider our application, which is on that issue of fiduciary duty. And really our rationale there was, if you're going to be considering this concept, what the Ontario Court of Appeal said about honor of the Crown, you really have to do that at the same time as the fiduciary duty issue. So those two go hand in hand. And so we brought a cross appeal. Next slide. So as I said earlier, leave was granted on June 23rd. So the Supreme Court did grant Ontario's application. They also granted our cross appeal application. And so the next step in the process with the Supreme Court is Ontario has to file their official notice. So all they did was ask permission. Can we appeal to you? The Supreme Court said yes. And so now they had to, their next step is to actually give notice that they are appealing the decision. That was due on August 23rd, which they did provide to us on August 23rd. That document doesn't really contain a whole lot of information. So the key points in the timeline coming up are when their written arguments are going to be due. So that's when we'll really have an understanding of what Ontario plans to argue at the Supreme Court. I mentioned they brought up 5 things, but they're not really limited to arguing those 5 things. They can decide to only argue 2 of those things, or because they were granted leave on the whole decision, they could argue additional things. So we won't know that until their factum is provided to us, which is their written argument. That's due on October 18th. Our factum, our response to Ontario's arguments, will be due on December 18th of this year. And then Ontario will have a chance to respond to our cross appeal materials at the beginning of January. The Supreme Court has a general policy that all of their appeals are heard within a year that leave is granted. And so we would have a hearing date before June 23rd, 2023. So we're likely to have the hearing sometime next spring. Although a date has not been set. We're not really sure if what dates in the spring, and we don't know if it's going to be an in-person appeal or a virtual appeal or some sort of hybrid. We don't really know any of those details yet. And then the Supreme Court usually issues their decisions 6 months from the hearing date. So if we're looking in the spring, or at the very latest June of 2023, the decision would be in December of 2023 at the latest. Most recently, Ontario, this is again with the Supreme Court of Canada, Ontario filed a motion to stay the stage 3 hearing. And so what that means is they brought an application to the Supreme Court of Canada saying, Justice Hennessy should not be hearing this case anymore. We should have a pause until the Supreme Court has rendered their decision. Of course, the argument that they put forward is that there's no urgency for stage 3. They could suffer irreparable harm to the risk of having to redo stage 3 if the Supreme Court decision really differs from what the trial judge and the Ontario Court of Appeal have said. And they, of course, said that there's a risk of delay before the there's risks of delay. So we had opposed this motion to stay, and surprisingly, Canada also supported us by opposing that motion. We all filed written materials that were delivered in August to the Supreme Court. It's unlikely that there's going to be an oral hearing on this motion. They're most often heard just only in writing. But again, the Supreme Court can say to us, well, we would like to hear from you, make oral submissions. The Supreme Court kind of just does things as they see fit, or as they need to make the decisions that they make. And in terms of a timeline, that decision on the motion to stay is most likely to come sometime this fall. as we go, I think Roger's going to take over again in the next slide, but he's going to talk a little bit about the stage 3 trial. And we are scheduled to start in January of 2023. So the Supreme Court will need to make their decision on this stay motion before that January date. So, yeah. So I'll turn it back over to Roger and he'll start talking about the stage 3 trial.
All right, thank you, Daniel. So again, you know, this is a long story. The last stage of the trial will consider the remaining issues, 2 issues principally. What's the value of the compensation on a going back to 1850 basis? And the other is, what's the apportionment of liability between Canada and Ontario? You know, that the court is going to have to try and figure out, because they're pointing at each other typically, right? Ontario says, no, Canada owes it. Canada says Ontario owes it. So they're actually suing each other about that. So that's a stage 3 issue. Stage 3 was supposed to start on October 12th, you know, basically a month from now. And because of this Supreme Court of Canada application stuff and the timeline that you saw about the delivery of the factums and so on and so forth, our legal team thought, look, we got to focus on the Supreme Court of Canada stuff for the next few months because it's critical. You know, we want to make sure that Supreme Court of Canada basically affirms trial judge and Court of Appeal. That's the best result, right? And kind of mostly puts this stuff to bed. Although, and I know you don't want to hear this, stage 3 could be subject to appeal, whatever the outcome is, right? Each stage, there's a right of appeal, you know, to the parties. And if you don't like the outcome, appeal to the next. So anyway, so we want to sort of focus on Supreme Court of Canada appeal and do the best we can to get the decision of the trial judge and Court of Appeal of Ontario to be affirmed. So it made sense for us to try and get an adjournment of the October 12th hearing date to January. Legal team already knew Ontario was going to ask for a stay anyway. And so the trial judge agreed, okay, we'll move the trial, the stage 3 trial date from October to January 16th of 2023. That gives us more time as well to do some critical work. So really the key issue, and I spoke about it earlier in relation to that escalator clause, is what are the net Crown resource revenues from the treaty territory? Looking back all the way to 1850. What is the share that should be paid to the RHT beneficiaries in terms of whatever the profit is, right? And like I said, I spoke already to the issue of Crown liability. Who's liable for what? How much? Between the both of them. Next slide. In relation to this stage 3 trial, it's complicated. A lot of economics involved. There were expert reports that the Robinson Huron legal team asked for, commissioned, around revenues and expenditures since 1850, right? That's an important bit of information. What was the profit? Economic value estimates, right? trying to put some kind of value around. I mean, value has changed, right, from 1850 through to the years to today. I know that our own people don't necessarily think about it in value, at least not in monetary terms. It's invaluable to us, right? Because we rely on it. That's our life, and that's our most important relationship is to land. We commissioned a couple of expert reports on Anishinaabe perspective, one of whom you heard from earlier today, Heidi Boecker. And then there's a second Heidi Stark, who's also did an expert report. These reports are confidential because all of this expert report stuff is incomplete. There's still work going on, and these reports have not been filed in court. They've been shared among the parties on a confidential basis. That's it. These reports, could influence negotiations. So it's best that these reports kind of remain confidential for the time being. They will become public at a certain point. Especially when the judge says, yeah, we got to file these things now, and they become part of the court record, and you can go online and access these documents. But for now, they are confidential. Next slide. Like I said, again, there's a process of exchanging reports. Robinson Huron filed reports back in January and February, gave them to the Crown. In return, the Crown, both Canada and Ontario, filed responding reports on June 30th. Robinson Huron has an opportunity to respond to the Ontario reports, because the Ontario reports are basically responding to Robinson Huron reports. We'll have a chance to respond to Ontario and Canada's reports, and those are due by October 31st. And Crown's reports probably due by December. So there's this exchange of reports, so that parties have an opportunity to review and read and then reply. Next slide. So there's an important bit of work we're doing right now, trying to get elders' evidence on basically the Anishinaabe perspective on this issue of sharing. What would the Anishinaabe perspective have been, and what is it now generally about this concept of sharing, which is reflected in the treaty? Because that'll go to the issue of, what's a reasonable, logical share of whatever the profit is, right? So we've been talking to Anishinaabe elders about these kinds of questions, the importance of the land, the appropriate share, the process of sharing wealth, how to deal with situations where the issue was ignored for so long, remedies. How would you describe or define Bimadzuin, right? That's what we hear a lot of. It's reflected in the judgment too, that evidence was given in the trial in the first stage, that Anishinaabe, have had their own laws, their own governance, their own perspectives, their own sacred laws, grandfather teachings, belief in Bimadzuin as our way of life. So that's what we're still working on, and that'll have to be submitted to the court, and we'll have to have witnesses that we will be utilizing to advance and put forth these this knowledge that our elders have that will help us in dealing with stage 3 issues. We're getting near the end, folks. So maybe 5 more minutes. So I'll get Daniel to cover the next part.
Thank you, Roger. I just want to, next slide. Yeah. I just want to touch on the interveners in the stage 3 trial. And so what an intervener is it's just another party that is interested in our case, and they want to make some submissions to the court. And there's 2 types of interveners. You have an added party intervener, and these are people who have a very substantive interest in the action. And then the other is a friend of the court. And these are parties that just want to assist the court by making some submissions. And so in our action, we had Temagami First Nation. They brought an application to be an added party intervener in the stage 3 trial. And Temagami First Nation, it's a difficult situation because the community there does not believe that they are part of the Robinson-Huron Treaty. However, the Supreme Court of Canada many years ago told them that they had adhered to the Robinson-Huron Treaty. So it's a very difficult situation, and they really want to be at the table in the stage 3 trial. We coordinate with the legal counsel for Temagami First Nation, and we had agreed to have them be an added party intervener in the stage 3 trial. Ontario didn't like the terms that we had agreed to, Robinson-Huron and Temagami, and so they actually had to argue the motion on the terms, and Justice Hennessy ruled in favor of Temagami First Nation, granting them intervener status according to the terms that we had agreed to with them. The other intervener in our action in stage 3 is what we call the group of 7, and these are 7 First Nations in Robinson Superior Territory that all have Aboriginal title claims. They did not enter into the Robinson Superior Treaty, and so we refer to them as the group of 7. They're not actual parties to the treaty yet. They're in negotiations with Canada and Ontario that may have them become part of the Robinson Superior Treaty, but those are separate negotiations. And because Robinson Superior and Robinson Huron, the augmentation promise is very similar. They just wanted to be a friend of the court in our action, which really just gives them the ability to make some oral arguments. They wouldn't bring any evidence or any witnesses. And of course, our legal team and the legal team for the group of 7 First Nations work collaboratively, and we were able to agree to terms to that. Next slide. I just want to touch on interveners in the Robinson Superior action because these 2 files, these 2 court cases, and Roger talked about this, they're being heard together. We always had a concern because in Superior, it was just 2 First Nations that were at the table. And we were always worried about the other 10 First Nations that could have the potential to delay our proceedings or kind of derail the progress that we have made. And Justice Hennessy wants to have these 2 matters heard together, and Ontario and Canada also want to have them heard together. So there was motions to intervene brought by, again, the group of 7 to be an added party. And then what we also call is the group of 3 is the other 3 First Nations. And those are actual signatory bands to the Robinson Superior Treaty. That's Michpicot First Nation, Gull Bay First Nation, and Fort William First Nation. And then there was an application brought by Namigusagegan Ojibwe Nation, and they're a near band. In and around the Thunder Bay area. They're in negotiations with Canada to have Indian Act status, but they're not an actual Indian Act band, nor would they be signatories to the treaty, although all of their members are. Because the members of Namigusagegan have status and are on ban lists of other Robinson Superior bands. anyways, our legal team was very concerned about all of these interventions and what that could mean for the stage 3 trial. Fortunately, legal counsel for Red Rock and White Sands, as well as the Group of 7 and Group of 3, were able to work collaboratively to our relief, and were able to agree to terms to intervention and come to an agreement to make the stage 3 trial move along very smoothly. And so, however, they did object to the intervention by Namigusa-Gagan. That motion was heard on February the 11th, and Justice Hennessy did give them permission to intervene in that case. So I think, oh yeah, and then there was one more intervention application brought in the Red Rock and White Sands action, and that was by Batchewana First Nation. And this arises because of some of, and I'm going to talk about this when I talk about boundaries a little bit. This relates to some of that overlap in terms of territory and the way that the Robinson Superior and Robinson Huron kind of boundaries, as you want to call them, turn out. And the Robinson Huron Treaty actually has a unique provision in it which refers to just claims. And so Batchewana First Nation did bring a motion to intervene in that action. That motion was heard in February 28th, and Justice Hennessy actually denied that application, and that was only just, it was more related to the timing of it. I don't think her decision was prejudicial to Batchewana's just claim, but that's another issue. And so next slide, trial timeline. So as I mentioned, with the motion to stay the stage 3 trial that's before the Supreme Court, if the Supreme Court grants Ontario's motion to stay the stage 3 trial until after their decision, that could delay the start of stage 3 until 2024, which isn't ideal. If the Supreme Court denies that motion, we'll be starting on January the 16th of next year, as Roger had mentioned. Right now, we are anticipating about 80 days of evidence, and then it would be a further 20 days of submission. So in total, it's about 100 days for stage 3. By comparison, stage 1 was 78 days in total. It was 67 days of evidence and 11 days of oral submissions. So stage 3 is going to be quite the marathon. Next slide. So boundaries. This is as Roger had mentioned, we really need to figure out what is the territory when it comes to expenses and revenues. You know, do we include this mine or do we exclude it in terms of calculating net crown revenues? Do we include this hydro dam or do we exclude it? What is the area? But the topic of boundaries is a very complex issue because it doesn't only relate to potentially it doesn't only relate to this. It could mean other things when we're talking about boundaries. It could mean the exercise of other rights like hunting and fishing, or the exercise of inherent jurisdiction over resources and territory. And so that's why we're talking about provisional boundaries. It's only about annuities. It's only about which resources are in and which resources are out. We don't want to have a discussion in stage 3 about the broader concept of boundaries and territory. And so we've actually recently kind of changed the way that we're even talking about it. And we don't even want to use the word boundary anymore. We want to just say a geographic area for the purpose of calculating past net crown resource revenues. And I know that's a mouthful, but it takes out some of that complexity when you're talking about boundaries and territory, because those are much bigger conversations. And so we have these kind of potential areas within Robinson Huron Treaty where there's potential overlap or issues or hotspots with the boundary. The first being the Robinson Superior, Robinson Huron intertreaty boundary. The second is in the south with the Williams Treaty, and then the final being in the north with Temagami First Nation. And so the legal team really takes the view that these issues of boundaries really belong with or need to be discussed at a nation-to-nation level between First Nations, and should not involve the Crown and should not involve the court, for that matter. And so we have been working to try and set up these and facilitate these treaty councils to talk about the issue of boundaries, and you know, the first goal of that being, well, what's the geographic area for calculating past net Crown resource revenues? And then if those treaty councils would like to, they can talk about some of those other things at a nation-to-nation level. And so, you know, that's really our hope with this, because when it goes to future implementation, we'll again have this issue as to what is the area for the, you know, which mines are in, which hydro dams are in, and which ones are out. And so that's, I think, the last slide that I had on the stage 3. And so I'll just turn it back over to Roger, and he's going to talk very quickly about negotiations.
Yeah, this is going to be very quick. You know, I've spoken to the issue of negotiations. The courts, both at trial, Court of Appeal, and often Supreme Court of Canada talks about this and says courtrooms are not the place to resolve disagreements regarding treaties and rights. Those things really ought to be negotiated. Said that from day one, we still say it. Earlier this year, the federal government, Ontario and Robinson Huron Litigation Management Committee agreed to set up a negotiation table, which is the first step, right? If you're going to negotiate, you ought to set up the table. That's been done. The negotiations are going to be informed, you know, by all of this evidence that's been done, in particular these economic expert reports. And you saw the timeline, right? That you know, that the key reports from Robinson Huron and Canada and Ontario, you know, were all finally sort of delivered on June 30th. And then of course, you know, parties have to look at it and see what it means and how it affects, you know, a potential negotiating position. So it's a work in progress. And the negotiations are confidential, obviously. There's a protocol that sets out the terms and conditions, one of which is, and this is not unusual, this is normal with regard to negotiations, that things are done confidentially, because you don't want to bargain in public, as they say, or through the news media, so on and so forth. So just to say that, yeah, there's a negotiation table, and that, you know, there's always a hope that we can negotiate a settlement before we have to go through all of this other steps, more time, more money, more, you know, more legal fighting. There's obviously a better way, and that's negotiation, and hopefully we can get there. So that's it. And I'm going to turn it back over to the co-chair, Miigwech.
Miigwech, Roger and Daniel, we want to say a big thank you for taking so much information and trying to condense it, 10 years of work into a very short period of time. So what we're going to do now is, and wish you success on our behalf, for sure, on everyone's behalf. So Chief Ngima Duquette is going to present you with your gifts. So where we go from here with what time we have left, We're going to, we're going to offer everyone to take a 10-minute break so we can get a drink, a refreshment. And Roger and Daniel have agreed to go to the back and answer as many questions as you have this afternoon. So that's what we're going to do. It'll be, bring your questions. I know you've waited a long time for this. So we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back, fresh start, questions and answers in the back of the room. Chief?
I just have one friendly request that was brought to my attention. There is some individual members that do require more oxygen and some youth. They were just asking if the smoking could be put on the other side of the building because it's blowing in, so we can have less smoke. And I know Nipissing are masters at netting, but they haven't mastered netting the smoke coming in. So we'll just ask you to go on that side. Miigwech.
Thanks, Roger.
Thank you.
We're going to back. There's Marjorie. I don't. Oh. Honey, welcome back, everyone. I know it's been a short break, but we'd like to continue on with the rest of our day. We have Elder Kelly here that's going to take us through a presentation on the Creator's Law. So please return to your seats so we can get started. Miigwech. This is the bio. Fred's bio. Okay. Fairly lengthy. Okay, all these are here. Okay. Water. Yes, I've been lost. Okay, I've set the microphone up there. Okay, everyone. Miigwech, welcome back. We're going to hear from our guest from Treaty 3, Elder Fred Kelly. We're going to have Nelson accommodate Fred to the podium. Attention, please. Do we have your attention, please? Okay, Fred, with your permission, we're going to read your bios. Then we'll hear from you. Okay.
Ani kinagoya. Kitcherev Zemin Mabana. Shenan the bin Borchwit. A bit kino marget. Again, we as Kendang Mandani, again, Markad. The Schnabe Markad, and obviously. So Fred Kelly really doesn't need any introduction. He's an elder extraordinaire. I've heard him speak many times in many different forums, so it's really good to have him here. Fred Kelly is a citizen of the Ojibways of Onagaming, a community of Anishinaabe Nation in Treaty 3. Gitchabose Makwa, kind walking bear of the Lynx clan, is an elder in Midewin, the Sacred Law and Medicine Society of Anishinaabe. As such, he is a keeper and practitioner of sacred law. He is also a drum keeper, pipe carrier, and has been called upon to administer healing therapies among many Indigenous peoples on Turtle Island, and to conduct sacred ceremonies across Canada, in the United States, Mexico, Japan, Argentina, and Israel. Elder Kelly heads the Mishomis Nokomis Healing Group, a consortium of traditional healers that provides therapy to victims of the trauma and legacy of the residential school system. He is a survivor of Indian Residential School in Kenora, Ontario, and Labrit, Saskatchewan. He was a member of the Assembly of First Nations team that negotiated the historic Indian Residential School Settlement Agreement and continues to advise individual victims on their healing journeys. Fred Kelly has been operating a successful consultancy in strategic planning and management, negotiations and policy development, corporate governance for over 40 years. He is also a practitioner of traditional methods in conflict resolution, including mediation and other customary intervention approaches. Let's welcome Fred Kelly.
Very good. Can you hear me? Okay. Miigwech today morgan it took. Before say my quantigo. Get you wait on you. Okay, Marvin is second edition the cast. Roscoe Vaneske. But you don't them. Nimiteo. Oh, it is. Is you were sent a one gain in. Get you in and done so long you don't go on. Jivim what synagogue feed there young key get to Anishinave. Anishinave Vangi, Pakanigo get it is a gigitoman. Or as the Vefkani take on Jivang. This is what is the one I got to them. Oh, I get the way. Anishinave not going again. It isn't a one them. It isn't the one, the Shinave not going again. Fimat is in sugar isn't the one. Kenege go ye matizin. Ganian kanotan oes the guy ketot, gets go off organ. New York, Kinonoin, Medica or Oshime, Kayato Babek, oes the Nimisho Mr. Forgan. Enjoy Nima, enjoy Niva gain. Gizwe ni vende mi tash ma bonji jan bonji sko o fogan hitam chwa ma chiga non nago what synagogue we ni tash ga te watch what to in them ka ini ge go nge ken da wo kasi ka ini ge go de venda wo kasi we know how so kana we know money to o gata jinda man mi tash ye wan ji bis kaman so we are Juan, Migo Niwa, Juan, a Wonka Gishkaman. He mean you go is there. Okishitagi yacht, he Jiwata was nature Kenzi Yogote, Gavon Jaya. Mishwagion Jaya, Jiganon Nago. Yes. After having introduced myself in my dialect of the Anishinaabe one, over distance and over time, we have developed our own ways of describing things, but the essence of what I'm talking about is the same throughout Anishinaabe country. And I want you to know, Anishinaabe peoples are the largest north of Mexico and includes many nations were First Nations, but I'm going to address those slight differences because of incursion of our white brothers and sisters. Why we have to be in their courts many times. First of all, I want to explain to you some of the concepts that underlie who we are. The laws that I'll be talking about, you are the law. You are the land. That there be no misconception about that. And where does that come from? That's the first part I want to explain. First slide, please. If you can see what I have on here, yeah, I know it's hard to see because of the sunlight in the back of what I have here. Maybe it's a little strange for all of us to start talking about a strawberry at the opening of Anishinaabe law. But therein lies the secret of what we talk about as who we are. talking to some of the elders over lunch. Anishnikata Noah. Strawberry. Oteimen. Yenino intermishnikatama. Oteimen. Translation of Oteimen, heartberry. And yet that sounds just as sterile as to say family and say it's a fruit. But to us, it symbolizes the spirit of who we are. Where you see, our language is filled with the heart. Dotem, you're referring to the heart. Don't you va? Don't you va? Ote. En dus een staving ote, men me say to Ojava. The word Ojava is in this picture. And I give credit. And I acknowledge the previous speakers. Those who talked about the ways as they have learned and earned their doctorates in the academic knowledge. I wish I had their knowledge because they worked hard to get that. I don't have that knowledge, the academic knowledge. My knowledge comes straight from our people over the ages. But I don't have any original knowledge. But I do carry the love and the practices over centuries of our people. So I have nothing to teach you, but I've lost to share with you. So when I talk to you, I'm not talking about what I have picked up in books or elsewhere. I'm talking about what you already have. So my role in talking to you is to reawaken what is inside of you already as Anishinaabe. And so when I try to keep things simple, I don't mean primitive. I don't mean that we are backward. What I mean is we are so rich in humility when we call ourselves Anishinaabe. And let me get into that with this strawberry. I ask when I'm traveling around, speaking to family, child and family services. I say, I know you know how to say child. They say, yes, Avinochi. Do you know how to say family? A lot of them do not know how to say family anymore. The word, the ancient word, and we're talking about traditions. The word family is Ningotote. Ningotote broken into its two forms. Ningo, kiningo egate also means embedded. So when we say we agree with one another, we say we are of one mind, we have consensus. When we say we are family, it's collective hearts embedded into one heart. That is the family. And that relates to your family of individuals, your extended family, your clan systems, your community. All hearts belong to that one part of your territory. And also means there's some discrepancies. People are asking, how do we say nation? We are a nation, so we'll use the English word. My belief is that every time, whenever there is a conflict in English words, of what we are talking about, go back to Anishinaabe when that is your sacred gift. And therein lies your laws. But laws in the Euro-Canadian sense are different than what we have. For you see, there is no difference between the secular and the sacred. In other words, Canada, United States, they fight over the concept of religion and secular law. To us, it's one and the same because it is spiritual. The other part that you want to remind you of is that whenever there is a difference, what I'm saying to you is that I am not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is I agree with you. Because if you listen to one another, you are enhancing your understanding, enriching your understanding. That becomes your knowledge. So it's collective knowledge that we have. That's why I say, what is in you? Your elders are the ones who will provide the guidance as to what you mean, because in Anishinaabe learning, it starts from an inspiration. You have an idea, you have an inspiration. Then you take it to your parents and they tell you, okay, we say, they never say, Kawin, you're wrong. No, they say, and you should also think about this. They guide you that way. And then you enhance your knowledge. So then you begin to hope that this is correct. And the third part comes through belief. I believe this is right. I believe this is correct. And your elders again will tell you, okay, now think about this. So now you're increasing your knowledge until you get to the point where you experience it and say, now I know. Well, what you know also shared with somebody else what they know. That is collective knowledge, what we call traditional knowledge. That is the process of learning in Anishinaabe way. But yet, by sharing that, you start to see some differences, and then you get to the point, where does that all come from? It comes from Gemaneto, that we refer to in the English language sometimes as the creator, the great spirit, God. And there is only one. And I'm not here to tell you about religion or talk to you or preach to you. That's not my purpose here. My purpose is to share, like I said, I have nothing to teach you, but to tell you that there is, from my experience and from my ceremonies, and from the knowledge of our ancestors, there is only one. And everything is alive. So there's no difference between the secular and the sacred. So that's what I'm talking about. So we say, Nikotote, talk it over in your communities. Talk it over in your history. Because Anishinaabe Nakonigein, Anishinaabe law is not written in a book, is not codified as a criminal code or civil code, not written in any way that you can refer to as Section 71 or Section 72. Certainly, it is not in Section 9124, known as the federal government is responsible for Indians and lands reserved for Indians. 6 words that has controlled your life ever since contact, particularly since 1885 and modified in 1976 when they consolidated the Canadian Constitution. With all due respect, that is not our Constitution. Are we to believe that we never had a supreme law that sustained us for all these centuries that we've been here on Turtle Island? Think again. We've always had a supreme law that came from the Creator. So these are the things I want to talk to you about. So now, as I come to you, and I come to visit you, I am one of you, Anishinaabe. Heard one of the elders and says that he introduces himself as the Anishinaabe. Not as an alcoholic, not as somebody else's accreditation, but Anishinaabe. We are a humble people. And but we are rich in so many other ways. That's one of the things I wanted to share with you. I also thank and acknowledge those knowledgeable lawyers that you have hired to talk about how to settle the Robinson Huron and live up to the terms. Because you see, in the British Columbia Supreme Court, in their own decisions, they've said that the purpose of treaties is to reconcile sovereignties. And the federal government keeps talking about the rule of law. They've instituted Section 35, which contains our treaties and Aboriginal title, but it doesn't purport to define them. Our people do not define laws or describe laws. We live them. That's why it's so hard sometimes to talk about them. Because the way you live as a community, you are living your traditions, sometimes mixed and confused sometimes, my community as well, with the way things are given to us and dictated to us. The other principle, if you will, from the beginning of time, we never enforced our laws. We lived them. We complied with what was given to us. We obeyed rather than being forced. And this is one of the reasons why, in my view, our people overpopulate the penal systems. Yeah, when I went to give going, because the reserve system was never our system. South Africa has done away with apartheid, which was based on the reserve system in Canada. They've done away with that. I talked about that with Nelson Mandela when he was here in Canada. And I said, we are essentially fighting for our freedom. And he said, you will achieve your freedom because it is yours, God-given. You will achieve your freedom. Your challenge is going to be, are you going to be any kinder to your oppressor than he has been to you? That is the challenge. So our system of laws, next slide, please. I was asked to talk about something about governance and how it works and how it looks on the ground. I can't tell you how to do it. I can tell you what it looks like, but it's up to you and your community to apply it in your community, within your Ningotote as a people. Because Ningotote means a family, it means a community, it means Anishinaabe. And what they're trying to say is a nation with their long parts of descriptions. A nation is a people with a territory, their own laws, their own system of governance, and so on and so forth. Well, we've always had those, but we never called it a nation, called it Ningotote. So, next slide, please. So where does all this come from and how do we call it? It comes from all life. Science also agrees with this. All life here on earth comes from the stars. And their grandfather that lights the day is also a star and gives us life. And so all life here on earth comes from the stars. And we carry many names that refer to the stars. And so when I say Kishe, what are we talking about? Kishe means kind, good, everything that is good. Kishe like Fimat, it's a way of living those gifts that were given to us. And laws to us are not enforceable in the sense of we need police. If you don't obey them, they're going to pick you up and throw you in jail. No, our people live according to and to compliance. You've heard many of your people telling you. They're not listening. They might hear, but they're not listening. Some will listen, but they don't hear. Some will hear and some will not listen because of the confusion that has ensued. This is one of the things we are trying to reconcile. But that doesn't, we got to go back all the way to 1492 and beyond, because our ways of life are fluctuating, they change. But the basic medigoism is still in place. Okay, so that's where you draw from. So all life comes from the Creator. Our ancestors ruled their own lives according to sacred law. They were sovereign, using the French and English languages. They lived. The concept of animate versus inanimate does not exist. All is alive. From the tiniest grain of sand, that's alive. We use that in Medean because it carries a spirit. The smallest insect, that's alive. Are they conscious? Yes, they are conscious. Now, Ningotote, going back to Ningotote, which is all creation. The universe is alive. Is it conscious? Is it aware of itself? Yes, it is. And that heartbeat that I'm talking about, listen and watch a child in the cradle or sitting down. As soon as you start beating a drum, they start rocking. You've noticed that. They want to dance. Why? And why do we dance? Because you want to be at one with the heartbeat of life of Imatisiwen. Your heartbeat wants to synchronize with that. So that's the way we live everything. We just don't sit back and read about it in books and describe it and say, well, that's the way it is. But again, having said that, I admire those people who have taken the other side and study it, because one of our treaty negotiators in Treaty 3 back in 1873 said, the time will come when we will ask you to lend us one of your children, one of your sons, and one of your daughters to come and live with us, and we will teach them. We will show them our ways and what the Creator gave us. And we will give you one of our children to teach them that which is good according to your ways of life, and they'll come back and tell us. That is the education provision in Treaty 3. So you see what they were talking about. To raise our children together in peace and harmony. So to understand one another. That was the provision that they had. So there's no separation between the sacred and the secular. Everything is sacred. So everything is alive and everything is sacred. Next slide, please. Now, where does this come from? The word inherent, the word intrinsic. I tell people when I speak in English, look at the word in here. It says in here. It means in ear, inerrant. Well, I take that literally, say it's in here already. That's what I'm saying, telling to you. But it means different in our language. Where does it come from? How does it work? Here, I want to tell you something about our sacred ladies. There are 4 sacred ladies. One lady is the one that looks after all the rivers in the sky. My mother once told me, laying on the grass, looking up at the skies, she said, are you looking at the ladies that are in the sky, paddling across the sky? I said, what are you talking about, Mom? Said, there are ladies up there. They look after the rivers in the sky. One river I can tell you that science also verifies is called the Pineapple Express. It goes from the Hawaiian Islands and comes across and hits the Sierra Madre Mountains in California, and then they twirl up in the sky. And then they come back to the ground. So you ever wonder why so many storms like snow? Because the second lady is the one that looks after the rainwater that makes precipitation. And that's where the snow and but we're not capable of dealing with all those forces of nature at times. We heard this morning sometimes about natural law. I'm talking about natural law in a different concept. I'm talking about it alive, and what it is and how we must live with it. And so that second lady came down in the form of a star. The first one came, she said, I have been sent down to be with you. Because the grandfathers were here, the rocks, the mountains, sand, gravel. Those are the pipe that I just lit. Some people refer to it as just a rock, and they say, Brent seems to make a lot of sense, except that he believes there's a rock talking to him. That grandfather does talk to me. That's another different concept. Yes, that's where you get the inspirations from in ceremonies. And all the things that we use, okay, they call them objects. They're not objects. They are living grandfathers, not so God and grandmothers. So the second one, first one came down, said, I will look after the rivers in the sky, and I will be with you forever. That's the one. The second one came down again in the form of a star. And she said, I too have been set down to be with you. I will be with you forever. And as she came down, it started to rain because the rain, the water that was falling started to form steam. The first instance of the sweat lodge. You will need to be cleansed from time to time, she said. I will be with you forever. And as I come down already, the trees, the plants, everything that we see here were already being in place. And the third one came down in the form of a star again, and she said, the grandfather also sent me to be with you. And I will look after all the fresh water of the lakes, the rivers, the streams, underground, the fountains, the geysers, so that all of you may live. And by this time, the four-leggeds, the crawlers, the winged ones, the water beings, all the plants were already being placed that needed nourishment. I will look after that water, and I will be with you because you also will need water to live. That's why we as individuals constitute on average about anywhere from 60 to 75% water. And the fourth one came down. I too have been sent down to be with you. Because now the grandfather is getting ready to place the two-legged upon the earth. And this one is going to be so helpless, so pitiful. Why we call ourselves Anishinaabe. Although he, stressing he, and I'll tell you why. Although he will carry the powers of the Creator, he will not know what to do with them unless we, all of us, teach him. We must be prepared to give our lives that this one may survive, which is why it is appropriate for us when you place tobacco to take that which is from the earth, because you are part of the earth. And I'm going to come back to that part of the earth. And so, and this one being so pitiful, it's going to take 13 times for the grandmother that lights the night sky for this one to even begin to touch the earth, grandmother. And so helpless is he going to be that he will have to be carried in water for 9 times that the grandmother shines in her full glory. And the other times, there's 13 full moons in the course of our seasons, not 12. But to the wisdom of our brothers and sisters, they've invented a calendar that has 12 months. We have 13. Now, there's a reason for that as well. But going back, this one being so helpless, this one will have to be carried in water, and the woman will carry that child for the grandfather. And so, When you are born, the color of your hair, the color of your eyes, what you look like, your stature, your characteristics are carried from the conception of the man and the woman, like the grandfather and the grandmother, they plant life. And so you too have been conceived in a way by the Creator and by these women. And so you are born, sometimes not knowing what you're doing, and yet the child knows already, except as they grow, they're contaminated by earthly knowledge. And I say contaminated because they love their mother and they love their parents. And so that is the sacred role of women. And so that's why we do not mention, when we say Anishinaabe, we don't mention a woman there. Say Anisha, for nothing, no value. That's me. Nave, that's me, I'm male. No mention of a woman. So sometimes people took some liberties with that, especially in the time of Germaine Greer and the women's movement. You see, you guys, been telling you all this time that the women are dominant, they're superior. And what's the proof of that? I told my mother. I said, but mother, listen, look at our community, look in almost in any reserve, including yours. The man always walks in front, clearing the brush, fighting the rain, the sleet, all the storms, and he walks in front. And my mother said, yes, that's true. There's a reason why, though. The main reason why the woman walks behind the man is somebody's got to walk behind him and tell him, turn left, stupid. Turn right, stupid. So now, guys know why. So the man gets his ass kicked so many times. That's why I look at any man here on the reserve. They have no ass, right? I don't have any, but you get kicked so many generations, got to go somewhere. Where does it go? It goes right here. So I share these with you because I like to keep things a little bit lighter so that they will, what I'm telling you, will stick. Okay, so that's the story of what I mean by inherent. You've already carrying those gifts that were given to your ancestors within you. Why we have visions sometimes of our ancestors, why we go back to the knowledge and the wisdom of the ages. And we carry that with the duty to pass it on to our children. So anyway, next slide. These are the water carriers, sacred water carriers. Here are the 13 full moons that I'm showing you that I was talking about. Next slide, please. Now, so where did the man come from? If everything came from the stars, imagine this. If you look up at the sky and when you're fasting, as I do, you'll see 4 concentric circles. Why we do things in 4s. You'll see the little rattle drum, the small one. You'll see the hand drum, second one. The third one, you'll see the water drum that you use in different formations. The water drum, the little boy, and the other drum, and the big drum at the outside one. 4 drums, 4 seasons, 4 stages of life. Everything that is in 4, the 4 directions, why we do things in 4. That's where it comes from. And so you see, if you look as well, study the biology of birth, the birth canal, you see there are 4 stages there as well. And then comes the man, and he is born. But women are also come through the same way. But remember, the women are sanctified already. So why are they sanctified and how so? Women are the ones that carry the duties. They're the ones that carry the laws. That's why you have to listen to Hokum, Nokomis. What about grandpa? He sits there and he listens. Traditionally, you'll see, still to this day, the duty of the man is to protect the integrity of the woman, to defend. When I do traditional marriages, that's what I have to tell the man. Your duty is to be prepared to lay your life down for the sake of the family and protect the woman. Strange sometimes our customs are, because what happens sometimes, if I married a woman from the Sioux, I am obligated to go live with her family for 4 years to help that family provide for their family. It's my duty. However, if hostilities break out, if there's a war between the Sioux and my people, I'm obligated to come back to the Anishinaabe side. And the Fa'anog are obligated to go back to that side. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Well, the genius in this thinking is, how long is this battle going to last, or is war going to last? If my family is over there, I will look for every opportunity for peace so that we won't hurt one another, my family doesn't get hurt. That's the thinking behind some of these ways in which we practice. That's called peace and harmony. So, Nave is the man and the descendant. Two words that describe Anishinaabe. Nisanave, man descended. Nisana came down from those stars. That's the sacred meaning. The secular meaning, common meaning is Anisha Nave. Okay, so we have to understand our language as well. So that's why there are 4, and the 4 ways of our spiritualities. In the east, the eastern doorway, Wavanawin. The southern doorway, Shawnagawin, Tecumseh would have been an adherent to that. The western doorway, Okimawian. Northern doorway is Metewian, which has consolidated all those other 3, but those 3 have not been erased. They are still practiced. So everything's in the 4s. Next. So here we are on Turtle Island. Why do we call it Pikinakomenes? Because here comes the story of Nanavojo. In my part of the world, we call him Nanavojo. Other parts, in the United States as well, they call him Winavojo. He had 4 names. Those Nanavojo, Winavojo. The second one was the Miskechak. The third one is, you rarely hear these ones. They're not going to get the interpreter of good law, because all laws come from the Creator. Nanavojo was the first one that gave us the interpretations by which we live, which are immutable. You don't change those. You follow them in each way, in your life ways. And the 4th name was Keveashagame. Keve is another word for eternal. You heard the name Keve, Koi, sacred woman. Anything that's eternal to us is sacred. So Keve, Koi, is the sacred woman. That's the name that I hear about in different parts of our Anishinaabe country. Because anything that's eternal to us was made by the Creator, and it has become sacred. So, Keve, Koi, Keve Ashagame. And that's how our stories start. You talk about our stories. They're called legends, they're called myths. No, they are stories that relate the inherent knowledge. See, I'm using the word inherent here because it's many times it's the women that tell you these laws or these stories in the wintertime. Okay, so you had 4 names. One of them is Menokonayet. Pardon me? Am I running out of time? Hey? Oh, I thought you were holding a microphone. They're going to tell me to shut up here. So, If you look at the back, if you look at the back of a turtle, you'll see 5 little plates down the middle. 4 on each side. Count them. 13. It is told to us, or that's okay, none are secret stories, that the grandmother, every time she shines in her full glory, she comes down and kisses the turtle. Here we are on Turtle Island. And that's why. And if you ever doubt the power of a woman, the moon in her full glory, look at what she does with the tides, the oceans, pulls them every day. The power of the women. And they don't brag about them. You see, in a powwow, which by the way, where's the word powwow come from? It's from an Anishinaabe term by the Narragansetts who are Anishinaabe. Clean yourself before you go over there. So put on your regalia, clean it up. So you look pretty. But it's the men that carry all these regalias and they sit around the drum as if making it appear that it's the men that are in charge. They're the ones that sing, they're the ones that beat the drum, and they're the ones that have all these regalias. And yet the women, what they do is they stand behind and they sing. In a sacred ceremony like the powwow, it's the women that are singing, but they sing in a nasal tone, singing the same song. That's to support the children that they've brought into the world. Okay, so they are very supportive, humble, okay, but yet their responsibilities and their duties are so sacred. That's the reason why. So that's why we call Smikina this, and that's where Nana Vojo started. Now, when we say Vojo in my language, in my dialect from the Northwestern Ontario, we are not trying to speak French. Not like Jean Chrétien. I can kill 2 languages in one sentence. You know, for me, I like to have 2 horses in my rowboat. That's, you see what I'm getting at? Well, what we're getting at over here is we say, like Nana Vojo did, we refer to him because you are my brother, you are my sister, under that original ancestor that was talked about a little earlier. Nana Vojo, so we cut it short. We say Vojo, or you say Ani. Okay. So, and also, say my friend, we say Nichi. That word comes from Nichi Chatok. Is what Nana Vojo referred to the trees every time. He was the one that named all the trees and all the plants and all the rocks, whatnot, and every time he spoke to them. Nichi Chatok. These are how we refer to them. So the word cut down again is Nichi. We don't say Nichi Chatok, we say Nichi. So you see, everything comes from our language, which is the reason why I was saying that if you call them laws, they're not going to gain. They are duties. They're not laws in the sense of the Euro-Canadian legal system. They are duties. And so when you talk about those, okay, that's what you're really referring to. I'm giving you the background here of what I'm coming to in terms of governance. Okay, so now you know where we are. And the heartland, of course, of Anishinaabe country. We have people in Texas called the Kickapoo. They call it Kickapoo in favor and then everybody laughs. You had enough Kickapoo juice? You heard that. I've heard it. Animkigavo. That's where the name comes from. And so all the names that we have amongst ourselves, we are Anishinaabe, Nigotote, but because we refer to ourselves in our different localities, and we, over time, we have developed slightly different ways of saying things, we mean the same thing. That's why, for instance, when I was asked to testify in the Robinson Huron court, the question, I understand, one of those questions wasn't asked of me directly. I heard about it. How can a man like Fred Kelly from Lake of the Woods know what the law was here? Well, I can tell you for one thing, I have relations in Garden River. I have relations amongst you, and I have clans amongst you. I'm related to you. I'm part of your family, and you're part of my family. And I also have an aunt that's a direct descendant of Shingwak, the lady that married my uncle. He comes from Lake of the Woods. So this law, supreme law, applies to all Anishinaabe, but it is localized within the community, within the individual. You talk about sovereignty, you talk about that as belong to a people. Yes, I won't argue with that, except the difference is you are sovereign. You are sovereign. In other words, what does sovereign mean? The French language. Essentially, it means freedom. Your basic freedom gave you that. The Creator gave you life, reason, the ability to think, and the ability gave you will for you to decide on what you have reasoned out on the basis of what your community and your elders have taught you, and the freedom to act on that decision. That to me is what sovereignty really means, despite all the legalisms that have been written about sovereignty. It essentially just means freedom, okay? And it starts with the individual, goes to the community, and then goes to the family, and then to the community, and then comes to the larger. So that's why I say, if you're looking for a word you call nation, we are a nation. Yes, people will understand, but they'll argue with you. You say, Anishinaabe, Dunshinaabe, nobody argues with you. Because you know what you're talking about, like this elder Peter was talking about this morning or earlier. See, I don't disagree with him. I agree with him. I may explain in a slightly different way, but you mean the same thing, okay? So that's what we're talking about here. So what happens then? So that in Canada, here's how it works. They have a constitution. Some powers are delegated to the provinces. The provinces for lands and resources came from a case that took place in what is now Treaty 3, close to Wabigoon. And that was a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court of Land of the day, known as the St. Catharines Milling case. The end result of that case was the province owns the land and resources. What about the Indians who were here first? And what about the treaty? They have usufructory rights. What's that mean? That kind of floored me at first. What's that mean? Simply means they're here at the good graces of the province. You believe that? You believe you're here by virtue of the good graces of the province? Well, I have some expletives to describe that, but I won't use them here out of respect. But that is the case. And that's what Canada lives by. And the other provinces in the West, 1934, the land transfer agreements, they followed that ruling. So you don't own the land. You don't own the land. Well, certainly not in the European sense, but you belong to the land. That's how you own the lands, because you're part of it, an integral part, irremovable. And you can't sell the land, but you can share it. And that's what this case is really all about. That I know was presented here so eloquently by these your lawyers. And so those are the things that we are confronted with. And yet we are kind to them. We still want to show them the good way of life as we were given, not the adversarial way of life based on the doctrine of discovery. All these people were over here. What about them? Well, you have to have in discovery, or to recognize humanity at that time, because of the papal bulls done by the Pope, you had to have some kind of technology. You had to have you had to have some literacy. And third, you had to be a Christian. If you were none of these, you were an infidel, you were a pagan, only to be baptized into the Catholic Church, the true church. And I do not argue here with any religion, okay? If it works for you, all the more power to you. I respect you for that. And I respect all spiritualities and all religions. I'm only telling you the way we saw it before contact, before we were discovered by a man who had taken 3 trips to North America and still believed in his deathbed that he had been to India, which is why we are Indians. Well, think about it. What if he thought that he had been to Siam? We'd be Siamese. And worse. Anyway, so those are the kinds of things that we live with. And the Indian Act confirms, and also Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, 1982, in which I was party to negotiations of, defines the Aboriginal peoples of Canada as Inuit, Indian, and Métis. There it is, forever in the Canadian Constitution. And we call ourselves First Nations. That did not change, because look at your contribution agreements. The definition section, Sagamok means a band under the Indian Act. There you go. It's erased who you think you are for purposes of the contribution agreement. And not only that, I am not Fred Kelly under the Indian Act. I'm 5401. I'm a number. I couldn't even count. And that's what I am. What's your status card? What's your status number? What's a blah, blah, blah. I was there in the mid 60s when our leaders negotiated the tax exemption from gas and tobacco. And you got to have a status card. Okay, so, and a card from the province that says that you are tax exempt. So anyway, those are the kinds of things that we have to reconcile. That's what I guess they're trying to say, reconciling sovereignties. There's some things that they will not touch, okay? But yet we are Anishinaabe free, completely, unconditionally, without external definition. We are Anishinaabe, belong to the land. We are part of that land. This is why, go back to that Ningotote, strawberry. What does that mean? Oman donjiba. Wooden donja, yeah. Look at the heart again. The word comes from onjiva. Ote also comes from Ojibwe. They call me Ojibwe. They call you Chippewa. This is a variation of that same foreign word, which means Ojibwe is how they define us. But you see, at the time of the treaties, our people said, Oman donjiva. This is where I come from. I belong to this land. The word Ojibwe comes from this word, Ojivik, which means root. Like the strawberry has a root. It has Ojivik. And if you look under the soil, you see all the network of roots interconnected with one another. That's the way we are. We are interconnected. Nigotote. So you see then where the words have why we have to understand our language to understand the way our people have lived according to the ways that were given by the Creator. So after the Turtle Island, okay, I showed you there is just an example there of the five little platelets there called the vertebrals and on the carapace, which you call the turtle shell. So the carapace and the scutes, which are the, incidentally, if you look all the way around, so I have a voracious curiosity. You'll see 28 little ones all the way around. And they tell me that my mother told me. There were 4 boys in our family, so my father died when I was 5. So there's nobody to tell us many of these things. My mother tried. But those scoots, or the 28 of them, seems to correspond in many ways with the menstrual cycle of the women. So there again, so everything that you need to know about this, about Turtle Island, is all in there, okay? And many of our stories have to do with turtle, according to Nana Vosho Gagi. So now, next slide. Now then, how else are we related? Dotem. I hear you refer to each other as Dotem. And Bijou Dotem. And yet they mess this up again. Look in the dictionary, see what totem means. Totem. It's to refer to the totem poles. And with due respect, if the brothers and sisters in the coast want to use that, that's fine, as long as they understand. Dotem is an Anishinaabe word. Not what Webster thinks or said. Had an argument one time with a linguist, and he says, "What Webster said." No, never mind Webster. He's only one guy. So am I. So anyway, but you're related. So to by the way, now I want to mention to you about the dream catcher. The dream catcher. That is ours, Anishinaabe. People ask me, do you know about the medicine wheel? How come you don't talk about the medicine wheel? I cannot use the medicine wheel. I understand it, but it's never been given to me in ceremony. And yet the dream catcher called Sita On, the protector. Okay. That's the one that gives you your spiritual identity. That's all I need to say to the spirits. They know who I am. Okay. And I do thank the biology that was read out about the things I do, the things I'm credited for having accomplishment. I haven't accomplished a darn thing. My latest accomplishment was climbing those stairs to get here. That's my only accomplishment. Okay, so the dream catcher, though, the grandmother spider sits in the middle of the universe, connecting all the stars and the planets, allowing only that which is good, capturing that which is not good for us. That's the story of the dream catcher, Sita On. Again, another grandmother. You see? And now, but the other thing too is this. When people buy dream catchers, sometimes we look at the dream catchers made in Japan, made in Taiwan, and we pay good money for them. Yeah, because you can hang them in your mirror by your car, and they're good decorations. And people like to have feathers on them. But to me, what we forget are the tassels. The tassels that come down here and they hang down. Those are equally important because that resembles the dream catcher that comes from the stars and through the 4 ladies passing down your heritage. That's the tassel. Comes down through your umbilical cord. That's what that resembles. So, anyway, I thought I'd mention that. Next. Totem. There is a picture, although you can't see it from way back over there, but pictures all of the different animals and whatnot that has descended upon us as Anishinaabe. Okay, our relationship to the 4-legged. The story is, the way I was told, where the clan system come from. At a time when the earth was covered with ice, they're talking about the ice age, not necessarily the most recent one, because they say the most recent one happened about 11,000 years ago. And according to the archaeologists, there couldn't have been life over here past 11,000 years ago. And I tell them, I said, yeah, there's been some fossils that have been discovered going back 25,000 years ago. Oh yeah, well, in geological time, 25,000 years, 11,000, give or take 10,000 years or so. Yeah, then there's been some discoveries going back 45,000 years. Yeah, well, it's in the same, so more or less that way. So anyway, and a dinosaur has been discovered just recently in Newfoundland that predates, even many, many of these things. Yeah, well, now we'll have to look at that one. Next. So now then, the relational law of creation. When it says over here, I'm going to talk about the creator's law. I can only talk about it. I can't tell you the creator's law. I don't know of anybody who knows the creator's law, but I know people who know about it. Okay. That's why you cannot write your supreme law. A supreme law, so the Canadian Constitution, a constitution simply means a supreme law of a people. Constitution of Canada is supreme law in Canada. Ours is different, works from the bottom up. And so I can only tell you what I have been taught about it and what I have learned through ceremony and whatnot. Our supreme law, Kakagiwe Inakonigewen. Kakagiwe Inakonigewen. Kakagiwe means eternal. And like I said before, anything that's eternal is sacred. And it is in the strict domain of the Creator. So how can we humble people think that we can understand what the Creator's law is? Nanavojo gave some interpretation, and our ceremonies give some other interpretations. So it's our relationship with the four-leggeds, the flyers, the water beings, the crawlers, and all spiritual and physical life. The legitimacy of traditional governments is embedded in a supreme law or constitution. Credibility of governance is full participation, understanding, and free will of the people. That means, unlike the Canadian system, where members of parliament or legislature, they all sit and they argue with one another and they pass law depending on who's got the majority. Our system is consensual. Everybody has to agree. Okay. And here is the transparency and accountability. When I was about 16 years old, we were told, my mother told us, well, the guy who was responsible for giving us information called Shramaganish. Okay, I'll tell you about Shramaganish. Where's that word come from? Okay, and he came and told us, we had a meeting and here's what we talked about. We would like to have your feedback as to what you think. Do you agree or not? Okay, and my mother would gather over 4 brothers in the family and she would tell us, here's the way it was and here's how they did it. Okay, so if you are asked, that's what you should say. That would be your contribution. So it comes through the mother because she's the one that carries the law. We went to the band council. Here's the accountability. How do they account for one another? It's very different. Next day, the women again get together and they play cards or whatever, they visit with one another. They talk about the community, what happened last night or what happened. They just exchange ideas. They're not just gossiping. They're sharing what happened. And they say, all right. And then she came home and we had supper. And she tells us, so they had a meeting last night. Not once do I hear any of you guys saying anything. Essentially saying, what the hell's the matter with you guys? She didn't say that, but we sit there like bumps on the lawn with our heads down. Yeah, we didn't say anything. She told us the way it was and what we should contribute or at least agree to. So there's your accountability. And I'm still saying to you that the Moccasin telegraph is still more powerful than the internet. You guys know that you can't talk about a woman or even think of a woman without the community knowing about it. So this is so it means full participation, not just a majority. I have never attended as a kid when I was told to go to listen to these council meetings, sometimes take notes. I've never heard anybody say, well, let's have a resolution to this effect. There were no resolutions. It was all consensual. Mina ea inendavan. Mina ea. Do we all agree? No, I disagree. Why? Okay. So we talked to you until I have agreed. I went through that with our people in Wisconsin. Take the fight, not to try to convince or persuade him, but to explain all the things that he thought about it. Next day, he said, yes, I agree. Okay. And here's what I think. So we had 100% consensus, not just a majority. Because if you have the majority, 51% agree, what happens to the 49%? Isn't that laying the battleground? So you have consensus, okay? That's the way it was. That's why it took a long time. That's where the word Indian time comes from too. It takes so bloody long for them to agree. No, there's some people just sit there, they're thinking about it. Doesn't mean silence doesn't mean you agree. Silence means simply you haven't spoken. That's all it means. So anyway, so the free will of the people. Now next. So it's Kagagiwe Nakonigere. Kagagiwe means eternal. That means sacred law. That's what I refer to it as. So laws of creation, if you will, are duties. Laws, as I said, to us are duties. We talk about the 7 grandfather teachings. I call them 7 grandfather learnings because we live them. And I use these, the Big Dipper. Take the 2 stars out for now and just concentrate on this cane here. And there's 3 more, 8 stars. That is your eagle staff. To remind you where the eagle staff is. You see it up in the sky. That reminds you where the eagle staff is, and you see stars going underneath, shooting stars as they call them. Okay, so everything's alive. Now, put those 2 stars back and you have 7 stars, which now, in my view, you drink life from these 7 teachings. And here we disagree sometimes. I say the 7 in English are love, kindness, sharing, respect, truth, courage, and humility. Oh, you forgot honesty. You forgot this. That's where I go back and say, all right, what I'm talking about is Kishevatisuin as you understand it. See, as you feel it, okay, as you live it. That's really what I'm talking about. So, okay, so that's the eagle staff, and that's the 7 laws of creation. The hummingbird, I put hummingbird in here because here's what happened. The first one that was called upon was the eagle, called upon by the Creator to come up. And so the eagle was given the responsibility to look after all life. There are different other responsibilities, of course, but mainly look after all the life of the territory. That eagle, that Pinesi, sits on Animki Ocho and comes to visit with you. And so that one sits on Mount McKay. Now, who's Mount McKay or who's McKay? I have no idea. And does it really matter with all due respect? No, it's Animki Ocho, Thunder Mountain. And when that Animki lands on that, you should see the storm hauling pellets of snow, sleet against that hill. That's when that coming in for a landing. My grandmother told me, I suppose now because I told her this, you're going to have to go find out. I did. I had to. And man, I've never been so scared in my life. I was going to get blown away from that. But look at it now, in symbolism only. There's that Finesi across the bay, see Nanahojo. Symbolism. Okay. That's what it looks after all of us. And the second one that was called upon was Ochichak, the crane. I know that some of you have Ochichak over here as your, and that's the one that was given the power, the medicines we talk about Mishkiki, given all those powers and the powers to heal. That's the one that was good. And if you see me in ceremony, I will shake my rattle. I will say, well, he, well, he, 4 times. Why? That's the sound that the Chak would have made when the Chak came down with those blessings and gifts from the Creator and was heard all over the world. Okay. The third one was the raven. And the raven was given the intelligence to look after the intelligence. You know how smart and how they can be, tricky, not? That's what they're given. And the fourth one that was called upon was the hummingbird. And the hummingbird was so shy. So called upon, he said, I can't go up there. I'm too small. I'm too weak. And the ladies, the 4 ladies, sacred ladies, told the little one, come on up, we'll help you. So he went up. And as you reached the Creator, flew around the Creator listening and hovered for the first time, hovered forward, backwards, and was a very drab gray color. And I say drab gray. That's gray is not ugly. It's just, it's not as pretty as some other colors. So the hummingbird was given that. And in return for that, the people will notice you by your colors. And the Creator gave them those beautiful colors of the rainbow. Not right there, but as you start coming down, it's too small. So you start coming down when I ran into that lady that carries the rivers in the sky, got all wet and too wet, too heavy, couldn't fly. And so the lady told him, says, well, go away from there, go into the sun. And when it went to the sun, that's when all those colors start showing on that beautiful hummingbird was given. That was a gift. And the gift that the hummingbird was given was those sacred 7 laws, or called teachings. And what they do when you're sleeping and you're wandering in the sky, Kagigiwe make another eternal road, the sacred road, which we call in English language the Milky Way. That's where you're wandering. And as you step, that's where you see the stars. They look like flowers. That's why our women, when they make moccasins, they use. That's the Anishinaabe floral design, flowers. They use those beads. And that's where, because the stars look like flowers in our dreams, or we're wandering around the dream world. So that's what was given to the hummingbird as well now, coming down. So excited with all that it came down. And then now you see the hummingbird. You rarely, if ever, I've never seen the nest of the hummingbird. It's a rare gift if you ever see that. Okay. And then what the hummingbird does, it flies with great speed and was given the beak to reach into the flower and take out the nectar of life, which is what you would drink from that Big Dipper, and to spread that around from flower to flower as it flows forward, backwards, so on and so forth. So that's the 4 birds that I can tell you about. There are other variations of this particular story, but I thought I'd mention the hummingbird, where they come from. Next slide, please. I'm trying to get in a hurry over here because I think there's supper hours approaching. So now, Kagiwe Nakanege, an oral society like we are. We are not a writing society in the Euro-Canadian sense. Like, in other words, we don't use an alphabet, and we don't use that numerology, but we know we have counted and we wrote in our own way. So the word Ojibwe comes from, I told you, the root. That's one explanation. The other one, Ojivi, rock paintings. After all, writing and painting is really to create symbols. That's why you see them all over the Great Lakes. Okay, so, and then the other ones are in birch bark scrolls. So Ojivi, that's us, that's our people. We wrote, we had a writing system. That sure didn't look like the alphabetical system. And I counted the number of letters in the Canadian alphabetical system that I use as an Anishinaabe. We probably use about 11 to 13 letters. That's why our words are so long. By the time you get halfway to pronouncing your phonetics, you've forgotten where you started from. So you say Vosgeau instead of Nana Vosgeau. So, and so Kagiyoinakanagan can be referred to as a constitution, which simply means the supreme law. The Anishinaabe Constitution is a sacred and legal possession. Application of the Constitution is localized in the territory and the community. Here you are. Canada has a constitution that applies to across the country with some certain powers delegated to the provinces. Here, you, by virtue of being Anishinaabe and a citizen of your people, you delegate certain powers to your leaders. And here I must tell you, Ogimakan, as we say in my dialect, Ogimakan, you say Gima, okay? But we understand one another. Gima is not a boss nor has full authority. Traditionally, Gima is the first among equals. See, and our election system was totally different. So when you talk about those kinds of policies, then how are you going to do it? That will be determined by your community. And your community could be a little different from the other communities. That's because you are the people in the community. And I'm going to come back over here and explain to you the difference between a community and bands. So it is localized in the community because it's localized in the sovereign of the individual. Next one. Nature of Kagiwe Nakunege. Constitution is not in any foreign symbolism. The language of all Anishinaabe law is Anishinaabe when it must be understood and interpreted in that language. So you don't have a Supreme Court that sits over here. Here's what it says. You have a common understanding as to what it means and how it's going to be applied in Anishinaabe. The mere translation of English law or French law is not Anishinaabe law. It's merely a translation. The true meaning, spirit and intent of your duties is in Anishinaabe. That's why it's so important. I believe Alan Corber might have referred to that this morning, why it's important. Okay, so translations are subject to the true meaning in Anishinaabe. It is sui generis. I use that legal term because it means distinct and unique to you. It doesn't depend on anybody else. It is yours as an Anishinaabe. As Anishinaabe live it. That is exclusive meaning. Next. Law of belong to the land. See, here's what in our treaty, and our people thought the same, because when I said, how can this guy understand what the law was over here? And I know that there's references in the discussions leading up to a treaty of 1850, known as Robinson Huron. Okay, what they said. I will tell you, is what our people said. They asked him, so we had the laws of the Queen. You will live by them. And our chief negotiator said, I will tell you what the Creator told us when he planted us here. Planted. I'm planted here. When he planted us here, he gave us rules to live by rightly and govern ourselves rightly. That's what he said. So in other words, we had our own ways. One way we say it too, I've heard this term. I come from this part of the land. I am also intrinsic to all that lives. All that lives, smallest grain of sand, the trees. You're part of that. Nana Vosgeau is part of that. You're part of Nana Vosgeau. Okay, so that means how can you separate from yourself? I can sell you these trees. I can sell this land. You're selling yourself. Can you do that? I don't think so. Okay, So that is the difference between laws of Canada and laws of the Ontario say, you own this land, we own this land. So I'm also intrinsic. Dinayamaganitok means all my relations, spiritual and temporal. You go to Ote's family, we are rooted in the land, Ojibwe. So I can't expound on that or enforce it any more than I've been trying to say all along over here, that you are part and it's inseparable from the land. Next. Anishinaabe communities. Here is the Anishinaabe communities. Anishinaabe communities have a constitutional right to organize themselves and to settle anywhere within their traditional territory, and so you have. As your people, ancestors traveled across, picking blueberries, doing any traditional activities that they did, fishing, they moved around their territory. Those were fishing stations or hunting stations. They became reserves under the Indian Act. Now, you couldn't move out of that reserve unless you had permission of the Indian agent. They became POW camps. And that's why you're stuck in that saying, you can't go outside. Couldn't go outside. That has now changed. Because we've been fighting for our freedom. The nation respects and protects its inherent jurisdiction of its communities. Here is the difference here. The province will tell the municipalities what they've got to do. Here it's different. The community tells the collectivity what it wants to do. That means the law here in this community is the law of the nation so far as this community is concerned, but may be slightly different from the next reserve, because that community has also got the freedom. So it's the communities that tell the collectivity rather than dictating the other way around. Okay, so that's another fundamental system. There is a fundamental constitution distinction between a community and the corresponding First Nation. Next, I want to show you this. First of all, contact Anishinaabe relations. And I have explained to you that we are the largest nation north of Mexico. And here are the river systems that we use north and south. We used, from the east, we used what is now known as the St. Lawrence River, which I call Kinosi. And we also use the Mississippi River to engage with the Cherokees, the Choctaws, the Catawbas, those nations along the Mississippi River. And Mississippi comes from the word Anishinaabe, Mishizivi, because in those days they used to describe anything that was big as Mishi, not Kamishchak. So we say it, Mishizivi, and that name has stuck. So, and our people also get this now. This is really, sometimes people say I'm stretching this. Our people went as far as the Caribbean. Why? How do I know that? The Little Miga shell, a long time ago, they said that the most revered shell within the Mediterranean came from the South Warm Seas. That's the Caribbean. Don't forget, thousands of years ago, Cuba and all those islands were part of the mainland, which is now Florida. And you have to remember that in what is now Florida, to the Rocky Mountains, to the Northwest Territories, following the Sierra Madres and the Rocky Mountains, coming over to the Appalachians, formed a bowl, which was known as the Inland Sea. And there were sharks on the sea. It was a sea in the true sense of the word. So people wonder, say, Lake of the Woods, there's sturgeon, name. How did they get there? The sturgeon is closely related to the shark. The sturgeon has no bones, it has cartilage. And there's a game that comes from that. That came from the time when this was an inland sea. When it receded, they formed Lake Agassiz. When Lake Agassiz opened up, it formed these 5 Great Lakes. Okay, But this was in Anishinaabe country. None of us wandered all over. Forever walking the shore. That would have been the lake. And that would have been known as the Great Bear Lake. Makwazag. Okay, so going back, way back in history here. Now what was left are these river systems. We used, ZV, the St. Lawrence River now it's called. We called Azazi, which is the Missouri River that goes to and connects with the Churchill or the Saskatchewan rivers. The riffling and rustling water. That's an Anishinaabe word. So Azazi, and then we use the river systems going to the other sea, which is the Hudson's Bay, the Churchill rivers. So anyway, we use the 4 directions. And so we have people all over. I mentioned we have people in Florida. We have 7 communities in California. They're not called reserves or reservations, they're called rancheros. And we have the Miami, we have many people that down in Texas now and all along there. And we have people as far, as far as the Rocky Mountains as well. So that's Nikotote, that's the Anishinaabe. We're related to them. The Cheyenne, for instance, they came from what's now known as James Bay and Garden River, Sault Ste. Marie. They came here. They've lived with us there for some time, and this is their story that they told me. They gave me a replica of a gun that they used to kill Custer, gold-plated. It's a little gun. It's a rifle, but it's like a pistol. So you can see how they could ride horses and shoot from under the horse. Okay. Which reminds me, I've got to tell you another story over here. I was telling a kind of a history to the orientation of grade 12 students who were going to go to Carleton University the next year. And I was about finished. And I said, so if there are any questions from you, young students, I'll be happy to try and explain them or answer them. Walked in a guy over here, blonde-haired guy. He's obviously the captain of the hockey team. He's obviously the quarterback of the football team. He's obviously the student council president. He is all Canadian, flanked by 2 beautiful blondes as he walked in. Of course, he's got to make his presence known. So he says, yes, I have a question. Yeah, what is that? I'll try and answer it. He said, how come Indians always go and ride around on the horses and they ride back into the hills? Well, I couldn't resist that one. I said, I would love to see you riding bareback on a horse with nothing on but a loincloth and see and hear what kind of noises you'd be making. The girls laughed and he goes, I missed something there. I said, yeah, try it. Anyway, these are the rivers. So we had indigenous nations that we related to by way of covenants. And we're going to be celebrating that next May with the Haudenosaunee. Okay, so this is going to involve you and all our people, and that's going to be held in Onondaga. Okay, to re-practice that our covenant with them, renew that treaty of treaty and friendship, which determines respect for territorial integrity and cultural integrity. Okay, so they're going to be celebrated. So it's still alive. And provincial boundaries don't mean anything to us. The US boundaries don't mean anything to us in our law. But in practicality, we can't get across unless they know the boundaries. Huh? I always get a kick out of when I come back from a different country. And there's East Indians over there at the customs. They ask me, so what do you want in this country? What are you doing here? A question I could very well ask you. So anyway, and then on that note, I cracked this joke back in 1965 when I was addressing about 3,000 university students. And they were talking anti-racism because the topic was racism. So I cracked a joke. And I learned my lesson there. The joke I cracked was, there's nothing wrong with the white man, except he's oversexed, he's overstuffed. He's overfed, and he's over here. So anyway, we're getting close to the end of my presentation here. Okay, so next. So Nature of indigenous settler relations. First of all, our Indian nations, let's call them that, indigenous nations, were first treated as trading partners off the west coast and the east coast and the Grand Banks, fishing traders. Then allies when they got into fighting over supremacy, who was going to be dominant on this land. And then treaty partners. You see, treaty partners, there's three ways in which you can claim a land as yours. One is discovery by terra nullius. There's nobody there, so it's yours. We were not considered as human beings. We're just animals. There's nobody here, so the discovery. And you know the doctrine of discovery that started this whole thing. Okay, so then partners in possession of land. Okay, and seizure of their lands. Then all of a sudden, wards of government under the Indian Act. So we are just items. We have no freedom. Here now, what they forget, people don't quote this enough. What was told to the Royal Governor General Murray, first Governor General in Canada, he was given pursuant to the Royal Proclamation of 1763, induced by Chief Pontiac. You know, it's Chief Pontiac, with our Anishinaabe, that formed a whole alliance of our people. And he told them, you are raping our land, you are raping our women, giving them fire water to our men to take over this land. If you don't change, we're going to get rid of you. And so they ran from Fort Detroit. They ran over to paddle all the way back to England, reported that to the king. And the king did not issue this statement from the royal palace. It was the English Board of Trade that drafted up this document. So now you can see the commercial and the monetary and the resources aspect of that royal proclamation. But initially, they were told, and you are to inform yourself with the greatest exactness of their number. How many are those people? And inform yourself with the great and the nature and disposition of several bodies or tribes of Indians. What is their disposition? What do they think and how are they inclined? And of the manner of their lives and the rules and constitutions by which they are governed or regulated. That's a historical document. Canadian government recognizes that treaties and the Royal Proclamation is part of the Canadian government, and yet they talk about the rule of law. What happened to this? So those were the instructions. Next. So the consecration covenant of treaties. Once consecrated, a covenant or treaty is for as long as the sun shines, the grass grows, and the rivers flow. My, the poetic language of the noble savage. We're poets. That doesn't mean poetry. I'll tell you what it means. It means as long as the sun shines. When you shake hands with someone and make a covenant, the grandfather lights today is a witness, makes it holy, consecrated, the agreement. As long as the sun shines and the rivers, the four ladies I was talking about, as long as they bring water, as long as the grass grows, as long as there's life that comes from the earth, that's how long this agreement is going to last. It may be poetic, but there are legalisms underwriting that. The covenant or treaty is part of the Constitution. It has become part of our Constitution, but we live it, we honor it. It is spiritual. The language of the treaty is Anishinaabe. There are written records, but they are not always entirely accurate or consistent. Because if the treaty exists, the parties must pursue a mutual understanding and fulfillment. That means it's forever. It's a living document. Next. How much time we got there, Mr. Chairman? How much? Okay. Next then, I'll cut to the framework. Okay, talk about the wampum belts, the eagle staff, the drums, the pipe songs, and binding spirit and intent and offerings and goods as we exchange, okay? And the solemn handshake. That's important, the handshake. If you look at the treaty medals, say the number of treaties, you'll see the commissioner and one of our people shaking hands. You see the sun, you see the rivers flow, you see all that symbolizing that one medal. That's not where I get this, that's where the medal draws from. Go ahead, next. Next one. Well, this is important. The nation is not in a place. It is a people with a sacred relationship to the land. The territory is uncharted land. It is in Canada only by virtue of the treaty. The nation is not in any province. The provincial boundaries are not in Kagiwe, Nakonege. The communities are located in places, but they are comprised of their people, not the places. So it's the people again. Next. So the Indian Act. The Indian Act controls Indians and lands reserved for Indians in Euro-Canadian law. It is not Anishinaabe law. The Act controls Indians before birth and after death. How does that work? Works this way. It controlled me before I was even born because my father and mother were given numbers. My father's number was 5400. My mother became 5401. And so I became, what I am now in my own right, 5401. So your children already have a number even before they are born, and they're going to come under the Indian Act. And if you die without a will, the government of Indian Affairs, or through the Indian Affairs, will take over your estate, whatever estate you may have. So the Act is still dominant, but will become less important with the assertion of Anishinaabe jurisdiction. The nation is not governed by the Indian Act, neither is the treaty. Remember those. Next. Okay, the communities. This is important, I believe. A community is a people. A band is a creature of the Indian Act. It is not Anishinaabe law. Communities have in practice almost legally merged with bands. Renaming them as First Nations did not fix this. I said that earlier. The communities are located in places, but they are comprised of their people. Reserve, originally a place of customary use in traditional territory, then placed under the Indian Act. Each community has its own cultural, historical, and constitutional meaning versus the Indian Act registry. What that means is this. This community has a history which is constitutionally recognized by Anishinaabe law. So it does not come under the Indian Act, it comes under Anishinaabe law. And so it's not controlled by the Indian Act registry. So here's the difference. A community, in my community is, okay, Onigami Anishinaabe. That's the community, that's the people. The name place, we call it Onigami, which simply means portage or portage, however you. The band is Saviskon. That's what's registered as under the Indian Act registry. And we have 4 reserves, 35B, 35, so on and so forth. So everything, that's the difference between Anishinaabe ways and the Indian Act registry. Next. Here's the one I'm going to end up with, okay? This summarizes really what I've been talking about. There are 4 levels, if you will, but they're all rolled into one as our Anishinaabe law. Kagiwe Nakonagain, there's the aspects of sacred law, the supreme law, which is constitutional. It is spiritual and cannot be written. Understanding in sacred ceremony and lodges. It cannot be written. I did some workshops with a elder from 6 Nations who was Haudenosaunee, Mohawk. And he said, our mistake was allowing it to be written. Now there are about 100 versions of written of the Constitution out there, none of which you agree with one another. It's written in a different language, and ours is oral. So you live it. So what's the Constitution? You've got it in you. So that's the Kete Nakonagain. How did our people understand then what was the Creator might be thinking? through Nineveh and through our elders. It's Keite Nakanagain, the old law or traditional law, if you wish to call it that. And it comes from our lodges, comes through Wavanoan, Shaunoan, Ogemawian, Midewian. That's why we're always in ceremony. We're seeking the vision and the spiritual meaning of these laws. And some are recorded in verse work scrolls, painted visions, painted rocks, petriforms, songs, stories, other mnemonics, other means of remembering. So that's where that is. Anishinaabe, Napanagain, on the basis of Gete, Napanagain, now what you understand, you can use your customary law, which means lifeways. How and when you pick blueberries, how and when you pick wild rice, how to use the resources. That's your customary lifeways. You can write those, some of those you can write. The written law made by Anishinaabe must be consistent with all the above. May be used to harmonize the administration of Anishinaabe law with other laws. Here, I wish to tell you that we've done this here in Treaty 3, and I've been involved with all that, and our laws are now being recognized. But it is not the sacred law. It is not those other laws. It is only the written part, which we use to harmonize with their laws. And that's now being used to twin the highway from the Manitoba border to Kenora. Also being used in other ways, such as Nuclear Waste Management Organization. Okay, so it is possible to write those, but they must be consistent with the other, with the previous orders. And that's really all I wanted to share with you, because there's a lot more, but we're going to run out of time again. So anyway, but having said all of that, I wish to thank you because you are Anishinaabe. You live those laws, whether you understand them or not, okay? Miigwech.
Miigwech, everyone. Fred, we have a Chief Gima from Dokis. Duquette is going to present you with a gift on behalf of everyone here. A small token of our appreciation. What a accomplished, Fred said he doesn't accomplish anything, but he's such an accomplished individual that carries all his Anishinaabe responsibilities, and he carries them well. Miigwech, Fred. Thank you. Miigwech. Many thanks. One more round of appreciation for Mr. Fred Kelly. Okay, just a couple of quick announcements. We're going to have our dinner here. The fish fry will be served here. So you'll be able to serve at your tables is what I understand. The other thing is that just have to flip through my notes quickly. Just bear with me, please. There's going to be a men's sweat at 6 p.m. back here at the Sweat Lodge. And tonight, get your funny bone ready for the comedy show starting at 7 p.m. here. Going into tomorrow, we're going to start at 5:30 at the Teaching Lodge outside, the sunrise gathering and water ceremony, breakfast at 7:30 in the gym, and then the rest of our events will take place starting at 8:30 in the Teaching Lodge. So we're going to do some draws. Okay, so Peter tells us we have a choice of fish or chicken for your dinner. And what's left, Nelson? 2 draws?
2 draws.
Okay.
Just
Ani, Kenagoya, for all those, the truck is on the other side of this building to my right. Elders remain seated and the younger people will serve you, okay? So elders remain seated and the younger adults, young people will serve you. So, miigwech. Okay, and we have For those that are workers, I guess, people that worked, your checks are ready. That's pretty.
And our elders.
Oh, and our elders that came all the way here, so. Okay. So we have a draw.